มาดูกันว่าใครจะได้ตำแหน่งในการออกตัวแบบโพลโพซิชันนะครับ
ครับผม
แต่ว่าการแข่งขันในรุ่นนี้พี่จอนคลาส B เนี่ยจะต้องเอาไปเมิร์สเอาไปคอมไบกับการคุริฟายในคลาส A ด้วยเพราะว่าแข่งพร้อมกัน
อ๋อมัดรวม2รุ่นก็คือ A กับ B แข่งพร้อมกัน
ถูกต้องครับ
ดังนั้นถ้าเกิดว่า B คุริฟายได้ดีแต่ A ดีกว่า A ก็อยู่หัวอยู่เหมือนเดิม
ถูกต้องครับแต่ว่าถ้า B ดีก็สามารถไปแทรกอยู่ระหว่าง A ได้
โอเค
แล้วรถแข่งกี่คันรู้ไหมฮะ
เท่าไหร่ครับ
37 คัน
A B เหรอ
ถูกต้อง
แม่เจ้า37 คันครับพี่น้องครับสำหรับเพื่อนๆที่รับชมอยู่ขณะนี้อก100 กว่าท่านรอบๆประเทศไทย
นี่เป็นจตุรนต์เอี่ยมรอดครับแจ็คเรซซิ่งทัศนายค้าไข่สมนึกแมชชีน n รีทีมครับเพิ่งขึ้นมาจากคลาส C เหมือนกัน
นี่คลาส C บางคนนี่ตื่นนอนแล้วนะครับแอบดูในรายชื่อเสียยูอภิชาติฟาร์มตื่นมาดูเพื่อนๆแข่งแล้ว
กับหมายเลข66เป็นชัยพลจันทกิจครับไวส์ SST ออโต้พัฒนาบายรวมช่างเชียงกงครับ
ครับผม
นี่ฮะ
รอสักครู่ครับเดี๋ยวเราจะเห็นการคุริฟายแบบรวดเร็วครับ15 นาที
แต่ผมแอบเห็นแบบคือเขาเรียกว่าวอเตอร์แพดอะคือมันบางส่วนที่มันชื้นอยู่นั่นแหละ
เมื่อเช้านี้พี่ขี่มา
นึงนะเมื่อครู่นี้นะครับก็มีการขับเกินสปีดลิมิตในพิทเลนด้วยนะครับสปีดลิมิตในพิทเลนสนามนี้เมื่อกี้พูดอะไรอ่ะเท่าไหร่40 ตันเอามาวางที่อ่ะวางวิ่งเร็วมากการซ้อม
ผมลองชิมลางก่อนเดี๋ยวว่าจะลดขาลงแล้วก็นั่งอ่ะลองดูว่ามันจ่าย
วันวันลงทั้งทีมโมครับโอ้โหตัวเชื่อเลย
ใช่ครับ
โอ้ยธรรมดาลาเกมหลายนี่ครับต่อรอเต้ครับมันวัดชำนาญโอ้ยที่ไปไหนนะต่อรอ
ไปหาเบสไปข้างหน้าเลยนะอย่าเป็นไดเออร์นะขอนะไปข้างหน้าเลยข้างหน้าได้เลย
เคยเป็นแชมป์ก็อีโก้มา
ครับผม
หลายปีแล้วแล้วตอนนี้กลับมาแข่งกลับมา
มันกว่า
หมุนนิ่งไว้ก่อนซูมเข้าอยู่ป่ะพี่น้อยซูมอยู่ป่ะพี่น้อยอันนี้ซูมแคบอยู่ป่ะพี่การครับรบกวนดูแบ็คโฟกัสให้หน่อยครับพี่ผมไม่มีวิวเลยตอนนี้ผมเอาหูฟังย้ายมาเก็บสูตรกล้องรอตั้งแบ็คอยู่พี่ผมเช็คโฟกัสอยู่ไอ้แบ็คโฟกัสพี่หน่อยไม่มีวิวดูครับผมพี่ดูแบ็คโฟกัสให้ผมหน่อยค่อยๆหมุนนะมันไม่มีวิวดูเลยดูจอโฟกัสให้ผมหน่อยชัดไหมกว้างออกมากว้างอันนี้ฮะตั้งเลยนะโอเคฝากดูอีกทีครับฝากดูอีกทีครับครับเรื่อยๆครับเรื่อยๆครับล็อกนะครับครับรีเทิร์นยังไม่มาเขาก็ติดเหรอ
จะเปิดใน1 นาทีนะครับปากทางที่จะเปิดใน1 นาทีพูดที่หูมาก็ได้คนไหนผมอยู่ครับปากทางที่เปิดผมจะรู้ได้ไงผมไม่มีวิวเนี่ย1 นาทีต่ออีกวันอยู่เนี่ยแล้วกูก็หมุนอยู่เนี่ยมากันแบบยาวๆอีกแล้วนะครับเอาตั้งกว้างๆเลยไม่ได้ไงแรกแล้วซูมมาให้กู
อย่างถึงแค่ดื่มก็เปิดทุกสัมผัสหอมโคลาจัดเต็มเอสโคลา Born to be awesome เกิดมาซ่ากล้าเป็นตัวเอง
Ion. Electrified. Hanguk Tire.
หลังให้พี่นิดนึงนิดเดียวนิด
โ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a while since our last coverage, but that's okay because it's time for the Bangsaen Grand Prix, the JUL in the Thailand calendar of racing, as I like to call it, because this is just about one of the most picturesque locations that you can go car racing right around the world. Coverage for this weekend's racing at the Bangsaen Grand Prix starting on the Thursday, because we've got our Super Ecos coming our way in just a few moments. I believe our one-make races from the Toyota Gazoo racing outfit just finishing up their final sessions out on track as well, and then we'll be into the coverage for the Super Ecos. But joining me, we've got a trio in comms this afternoon, boys. We welcome, for his first ever coverage of the Thailand Super Series, Rhys Gardiner. Rhys, you've been getting a cultural introduction to racing in Thailand this afternoon. How are you liking the Bangsaen Grand Prix track?
I'm honestly loving it so far. You know, I've been watching the coverage so far. I absolutely adore this circuit. You know, perfect old school street racing. This with a super tight hairpin for the drivers to negotiate, and I love the categories that race at this event as well. You know, I've been singing the praises behind the scenes for the super pickups. I think that's one of my new favorite racing categories. But can't wait to see our Super Eco and Super Compact go today. It looks like the racing's going to be intense.
Yeah, it is. So we're going to have coverage to start us off with our Super Eco drivers as well, which is always going to be interesting. And I'll bring in, at this point, you've been around this series now for about a year here, Dan Yeaman. You got an introduction to this circuit last year when we came here for the Bangsaen Grand Prix back then. And it was an introduction to Thai culture a lot as well. It's a brilliant little place, this. It's tough, it's technical, it's tricky. And those barriers, they will leap out and they will bite.
Indeed, it's my 1 year anniversary, I guess you could say. So thank you for that, Scott. And yeah, great to be able to kick things off a little earlier than we were perhaps originally expecting. But yeah, it's a bumper schedule this weekend once again, as always here at Bangsaen. The main thing being, unfortunately, we don't get to cover it, but Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is returning to the Bangsaen Grand Prix this weekend, and so that will be interspersed amongst our production here of the TSS categories this weekend as well. So that's what's, as you said, brought forward the Super Eco and Super Compact races for their first race of the weekend to today on Thursday. And then we've got some more racing tomorrow on Friday, well, afternoon for us. It'll be sort of prime midday, early afternoon for the drivers in Thailand when we continue coverage then as well to boot. Plus, of course, 2 full days on Saturday and Sunday with all of the categories to keep our eyes on there as well.
Yeah, and for this afternoon's racing, like we said, we've got our coverage of Super Eco coming your way just to start things off. Don't forget, race number 2 for this afternoon's coverage is going to be the Super Compacts. They're going to get an hour worth of racing action out there and on the track. So we'll be starting off with effectively your entry-level series for the Thailand Super Series. We've been watching a little bit of the one-make racing for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Team Talent's been circulating out on the track at the moment, but this is effectively your celebrity status, and the ladies class getting their opportunity as well. You know, there's not often enough ladies racing, particularly in motorsports, you know, nationally, internationally, right around the circuits, Rhys, but to give them not only track time, but dedicated track time out there, mixing it up in their own racing series as well. It's always good to see the growth of racing right the world over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fantastic initiative by the crew at Toyota Gazoo Racing to get the ladies out there racing in their own category. Just fantastic stuff. But it hasn't always been smooth sailing, has it? You know, this crash. Besides, we've had some interesting goings on around the circuit in the practice and qualifying sessions today. Quite a few of the sessions ending up red flagged and not resuming. So the Bangsaen Street Circuit is showing that it is one of the toughest in the world.
Yeah, and red flag being deployed there once again, and that will be for the end of the Toyota Corolla Altis and Yaris Ative classes. Of course, the Atives for the ladies and the Corolla Altis in the one-make races as well. So always a celebration on the calendar, and this is a little bit of a return to service as what we saw last year, Dan Yeaman, although I'm gonna mention it, and I'm sure it's gonna bugger off again because that's just the way the rain in Thailand and us commentating sort of works. There's been rain in the air. There was a little bit earlier on today, but I think we're going to get ourselves a little bit of rain racing interspersed throughout the weekend if it doesn't run away and out to sea again.
Well, our producer here, who's managing a few extra things, Jay Kennedy, said apparently he saw rain earlier whilst I was away from my keyboard. So maybe it happened, as there's another angle of what's brought out the red flag here for our Corolla Altus GR Sport drivers and Yaris Ativ lady racers. Is unfortunately the number 39 machine finding the concrete, something fierce there on that particular angle. So you can see recovery trucks coming onto the circuit around turn 15 and 16 there to go pick up. And so the rain was about 2 and a bit hours ago. I'm being told, during some of the super pickup qualifying sessions, which were streamed without commentary earlier this morning, might have mixed things up. So look, if it rains and we actually get to see it affect one of the sessions we're talking about, these races here today or properly in the weekend, that'll be interesting. But very much after what happened last year where we said, oh, it's maybe going to rain, and it proceeded not to rain, I'll wait until I see it this time. How about that?
Yeah, that's just the way it works. The amount of commentators' curses I've actually been giving out of recent note is ridiculous, so I kind of need to stop doing that.
No talking up drivers for you, no.
I'm not allowed to talk about drivers in particular because that generally ends in disaster. I actually did it last night. I said the guy that started a race last night in pole position, oh, gee, he looks good. Gee, he's in for things. It lasted literally till the drop of the green flag, at which time it went all pear-shaped. So that's how long that one worked. But yeah, look, I mean, for you, Rhys, like you said, you've already been taking some notes out and around the track as well. I think one of the bigger keys is these guys are going to have some work to do, logistics for an event like this, particularly street circuits. You've got to get in, you've got to get the circuit built up, but then should anything happen to those barriers, it's a rolling repair sort of effort. And with fixed circuit racing, you do see a little bit of that, but street circuits, you've got to maintain those barriers. It's safety not only for the drivers, it's safety for the spectators. That does take time, which means there is going to be some breaks throughout the coverage of a weekend. That's street circuit racing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And not just breaks in the schedule, we're also running a little bit behind schedule for the day's racing as well, thanks to the red flags that we've seen so far, plus this one for the number 39 of Nipifon Watananet. Shame for him. He was running fifth place in the practice session at the moment. So that session's going to come to an end. And this angle that we're looking at the moment, we saw the slow-mo of the crash a little earlier, and I was just struck by the how much the concrete barrier was shaken with that impact. It really shows that the barriers are very strong. Obviously, they have to be, but having to maintain all of that over a street racing weekend, it's definitely a different beast to what you would see at a race at a purpose-built circuit. But I think that's part of the adventure.
Well, I mean, part of that sort of, and the way that sort of gets built out as well is really, really interesting. I think for one of the things that a lot of fans don't necessarily get in touch with a lot is the fact that when you build a street circuit, it's not just you build the street circuit, it's classified, you move on. No, the way street circuit racing sort of works is that the circuit has to be assessed every single year once you've built the circuit up. So the FIA, and there'll be track walks done daily to see what's done, what's changed since yesterday, what do the repairs look like, are we still safe and happy for this event to continue, or do we need to spend some more time maintaining these barriers? Something we've seen a fair bit actually in NASCAR recently is that they've had to take a lot of time out of races and longer red flag periods, and those are fixed circuit events. And why would I be bringing up NASCAR? Well, heavy impacts of those barriers because of the speeds these guys are doing. The barriers here, when you set up a temporary barrier, largely the fixing points and the way that you build those sorts of things does change because the barriers are going to be removed. This is a street circuit. You've got to go back to living normal life next week. So things are a little bit more temporary. And it does mean that you've got to pull things in, jimmy it around it, and get them all fixed down. And from a serious administration, logistical, that creates a little bit of a nightmare for events, but they run it so well here. How many times last year did we see repairs to the barriers? It was all done 15, 20 minutes. They were happy, racing continued.
I mean, yeah, this is a practiced sort of art form, let alone science these days, for the ground teams and the track crews that are working over the circuit, making sure it's ready to race each morning and being able to get it back into a racing state after instant race. Because yeah, with no margin for error for the drivers, and the fact that therefore they need to build. In fact, we've got shops and shop fronts and everything here that need to be protected by the temporary structures and track fencing. So being sure that they then get put back in place and they're up to scratch so that we can go racing once again as soon as possible and keep to the schedule best we can for the rest of the day. That is very much an important part. And indeed, this Bangsaen Grand Prix, thankfully now has got some history behind it, and therefore the track teams able to get themselves sorted out in due course to keep on top of things. Yeah, so that's the front stretch here at Bangsaen, Rhys. It's probably our longest front straightaway section at the circuit. And that there is turn 8, the second longest of the straights here. Of course, as you said, it's a fantastic street circuit. This place, a lot of twisting, tight sections, but a little bit of breathing room in a few spots like this to get some good moves done under the brakes.
Yeah, well, those straights that we're looking at here, they are the widest points of the circuit, and it really narrows up, especially the run out of turn 2, all the way up to the hairpin at turn 6, as we're seeing the Super Eco category getting ready for their race start. This is going to be a fantastic race. 12 laps on the cards here.
Yeah, and it's a tough, tricky, technical race for these guys. Shorter format race as well. And the driver that's really been informed coming out of this class is Hayden Haikal here, Dan. I mean, really, really strong back at Chung, but it requires a little bit of a different approach. You know, there's different sort of balance of performance for these categories as well, just to keep it all level settings. But you've got to have a good mechanical car. You've got to provide grip here. Straight line speed is relevant to your lap time, but not as relevant back at Chung because it's just a lot of straight line. Then as the tough, twisty sessions balance the car really nicely. A lot different here. You cannot afford to make a mistake. And I'm just checking in with the weather just to keep our fans informed as well. We are in for the lowest chance of rain for the rest of the day is right about now. Down about 16 to 20% right now. From here on out for the rest of the day, it'll stabilise about the next hour and a half. Then it starts to climb as the evening goes on. So we're in for a low grip weekend here as well. Also worth note with those car setup choices.
Was that a reverse rain dance that you've just performed? Or no? But I mean, yeah, you talk going back to what you said about Chung and our first weekend of the year when we got racing back in March. Oh, sorry, pardon me, May, apologies. I literally got the dates right here. Back in the first weekend of May, so it's been 2 months since we've seen these drivers go racing. And Hayden Haikal, we just saw him there on screen in the number 35 Suzuki Swift. Now look, certainly was quick, but don't forget his official race results. He finished third in race 1, which was decent, but ended up nearly 8 seconds off the race leader in Vongsapat Katsiri in the number 33 Honda Brio Amaze. Unfortunately, he then finished down in 15th in the second race. Some issues there with reliability, if I remember correctly, for that second race, knocking the 35 down the order. And very much, there was a couple of troubles for a few cars. There's number 33, Vonsapat's Honda Brio Amaze. So watch out for him to do well again, I'd say. This weekend, first in the Saturday race and fourth in the Sunday race last time out. As you can see, you guys are there for a bit of a struggle there. Turn 2, Rhys. Another one, again, coming off a sweeping fast right for turn 1. But it's also going to be a chance of drivers getting a move done there if they've got confidence, though, to get up the inside to do it.
Yeah, I saw a couple of moves like that in the practice and qualifying sessions already being run today. Very easy to try and dive up the inside, but this being a street circuit, not much runoff if you end up getting it wrong. And that's particularly going to be an issue coming up to the hairpin at turn 6. It's the slowest corner on the circuit. I think one of the slowest corners in motorsport in general, at least in this part of the world if you don't count Macau. And it's a similar situation. There's a permanent yellow flag at that hairpin, but you know, as long as you're ahead at a certain point on the circuit before the hairpin, you will have right of way. So I think we're going to be having drivers really concentrating on that turn 2 passing spot, just so they can get the best run possible out of there and be able to get ahead by the time that yellow flag section comes in.
Yeah, and I'll cast the viewers' minds back, actually, and to the last race of last year's coverage, and that yellow flag zone did actually create a source of contention and a source of drama and a source of change throughout the rules as well. Lots of discussion went on about that after the event to say whether or not it was the right thing. Car ran wide. Racing, we had a 3-way fight for the race win in the final race of the weekend in New Zealand Super GT3. Category, and someone made a mistake going into the hairpin with a couple minutes left in the race and ran wide. Well, that prevented an opportunity. Was that car legally passed? Was the car considered to be offline? And the officials at the end of the day said, yeah, the car was actually sufficiently offline and had made sufficient enough of an overtake that it wasn't deemed to be at racing speed. Results stood as they stood. I mean, there's always... How many sports do you sit down and you say, okay, the refereeing's 100% perfect all the time? It doesn't happen, right? We're always, for the rest of time, you're always going to be debating officials, no matter what sport you're a part of, no matter what you're involved in, no matter what your interest points are. But it's just a brilliant race weekend, and I tell you what, I just cannot wait. I'm hoping we get to go over and be a part of this event in person next year, because I'm planning my whole year around it. I tell you that now.
Yeah, it'd certainly be a fantastic opportunity. You know, I mean, we're all down in Australia commentating this remotely, so you know we can only see through our computer screens, through our feeds, what the atmosphere is like at this place. But it looks absolutely electric. I love the location of this place, so picturesque, and you know, a brilliant roster of drivers as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, certainly for categories like Super Eco here, it is mostly Thai-based races, but it's a great chance here to see what the Thai racing is like. We've got, in saying we do have the Haikal brothers from Malaysia here as well. We'll also see we've got at least one driver from China on my screen, and then I believe it's also a driver from Hong Kong, if I know my flags correctly, on the timing screens as well. I'm being told, yes, I am actually remembering that correctly, so hooray. Good to see that one there. So, yeah. And then we get to the bigger categories. When we get to Thailand Supercar GT3, then we get to see drivers brought in to race from overseas. It was great. We had a couple of drivers. Jesse Cron last time out at Chung, racing against Marcus Winkelhock. Pardon me, there are a few other drivers in Thailand Supercar GT3 last time out, Scott, of international recognition and fame. Going up against drivers that we got to meet last year in Thailand Supercar GT3, continuing to make their mark in this category, or in that category specifically, should I say, against those world-famous GT drivers.
I think the number was 21 different nationalities racing in the series from the first round this year, which huge, absolutely huge. You know, it's starting to get recognition. And when you have a look at the grid as we run into Super Eco, which is going to be race length as well as going to be 12 laps, with Hayden Haikal, who Goody was just chatting to, who starts off the front row, has managed to take away your Super Eco pole position in the Blue 35 machine, which is a Suzuki Swift on the right, class dominated by Honda Brios. Yeah, but 34 entries just for the Super Eco, just for this race, for this weekend, as Goody's going to have a chat to Varun Chet, who'll be starting off alongside of Hayden Haikal as well. 34 cars around a street circuit, Rhys. Your safety car potential, please.
I'd say it's somewhere in the low to mid 90s at the very least. I think, you know, a full field of cars coming up to that turn 6 hairpin is going to be an adventure at the very least. But another point on the circuit that we should keep a close eye on is not just turn 17, where we saw that incident in the Toyotas just some moments ago, but also the chicane at turns 10, 11, and 12. You know, there's walls right by the circuit there, and if you end up getting pushed wide on the entry into that chicane, you're going straight into a concrete barrier, which wouldn't be fun for anybody, not least the track workers who'll have to repair that barrier.
Yeah, that's going to be tough and difficult. 5-minute board's now just been displayed at the front end of the grid here as well. So, first race of the weekend for the Thailand Super Series coverage, Dan. You put yourself in the driver's seat right now. How are the nerves going as you sit right now?
How would I put it? I think I'd be saying here, first race of the weekend. We've got another one for these guys later on, once we sort of get some of the racing underway. In fact, to be precise, Super Eco will be back and racing on Saturday morning, second race of the day for them, which will be when they finish up. So the idea really is you probably want to get through today's race and not do anything too crazy, that's for sure, because otherwise you risk end up being in a spot where well, then you can't race on Saturday. So I'm sure for drivers at the back, they're going to have to temper themselves, try and really focus it on, like, just get through this first race and be able to get to Saturday and be able to finish off the weekend and put your best foot forward then if you leave anything on the cards here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be about track position. It's going to be defensive skills on show as well as outright pace. Qualifying sets so much of the weekend, and I cannot wait to get to the grid that was affected by rain earlier on in the weekend. Hayden Haikal, you can see settling in and enjoying things, and the big factor that always comes out of this event is just how much the drivers love it. And Rhys, you just get that sense. Everyone's just relaxed. Everyone's having a good time. This is about cars, racing, and car culture just in general.
Yeah, it's a brilliant celebration of this sport we all love so much. And yeah, I don't, at least in our part of the world in Australia, I don't think we get enough of this kind of racing. You know, these super small cars, not huge on power, but definitely huge on racing. You know, I really love this category, and I can't wait to see these things at speed. It's certainly going to be an experience.
Righto, as we get back down through the field, we're running you through the starting order. So we've been through a few of them thus far. Hayden Haikal from Varanchit, your front row. Visit Pong from Panatan is row number 2. Firinat and Adapon, we just saw on screen, was row number 3. Vongsapat is on row number 4 at a 7th position. Thanakorn will be alongside in the 54 machine, who you can see on screen now. It's now down into race mode, getting strapped in for Thanakorn. Padawi will be on row number 5 at a 9th position, and chilled out, strapped in, and just about ready to go for Padawi. Off alongside of the last position inside the top 10s, the 17 Honda Brio of Akanet for the Singer 2112 Motorsports team. P number 11 will be Buntavi in the Honda Brio on the 56 car. Off alongside of Buntavi will be Kevin in the 91 machine Suzuki Swift. And we'll throw it back to 13th will be Chase Chakras Parks in the Honda Brio 41. Off alongside of him on row number 7 will be Hakim bin Haikal as well in the 24 machine. From row number 8 will be Sathapond in the number 25 Honda Brio for Be Quick Racing team. Off alongside of him, also in the 8th row, 16th spot on your starting grid, Alyssa Kunkwang in Suzuki Swift for BBMP Motorsports. We'll throw it back to row number 9, where you'll see the 12 machine of Jade in the Suzuki Swift. And then in behind the number 90 machine of Naruna Napath in the Honda Brio for Infinity Dipping. For there, we'll get to our 10th row of the grid will be Wing Hong, the Hong Kong driver in the 21 machine driving the Suzuki Swift. And 20th will be Chinapata, the local driver in a Honda Brio for Mugen, Thailand. As you can see, the aerial shots of the dummy grid as the drivers are starting to form up as well. They will just about be ready to fire off for Supertrack. And the 53 machine, 21st on the grid. Row number 11 will be off alongside of the 87 machine of Rapat Korn in the Honda Brio. This is where it starts to get difficult this far down the field as well, because 23rd will be Sittinen and 20 in the 99 machine will be a Honda Brio Amaze. Difficult starting further down in the pack. Off alongside of Sittinen will be Sirikan in the 72 machine. Will be another of the Honda Brios. Eyes all focused up, and now the car's starting to roll off from pit lane. So we will be a formation lap away. We're going started with the first race of the weekend, and Dan, I mean, this is a street circuit. You've got to be off towards the front end of the field to have a hope of winning, but there's also no room for mistakes. Cold tyres, hot day, a lot of humidity out in that air can make for a fatiguing afternoon.
It sure will be, even if it is just a 12-lap race, which is short. These drivers here, so they'll be working hard from start to finish. There'll be drivers who'll try and make some moves forward, I'm sure. You can see here, got to get them back out of the 2-wide dummy grid configuration, then single file through this narrow pit exit. It's a very unique pit lane in many respects here at Bangsaen, just off the end of turn 18 and 19, and doing a little U and a loop away from the circuit, as there isn't space to run it alongside the track, say down this front straight where we see here at the start-finish line. The marshals with the formation lap signs out on display for everyone to see. And I mean, yeah, this is going to be the real test here. Is someone out of position from qualifying today, or are their drivers, in terms of going forwards or back, both, to be honest, it could go either way here as to where drivers end up. But indeed, I would expect our front runners to be the ones to watch out for. In saying that, it was Adapon in particular in that number 26 Be Quick Racing Team Honda Brea was absolutely rapid at Chang and qualified poorly and had to make up for it in the races. Starting P6 today, let's see what he can do in terms of maybe challenging, perhaps even for a podium position, or even better as this race carries on to kick off our weekend races. Here is the track map now on screen for us.
Yep, Sector 1 comprising the first few turns, the run out of the hairpin to turn 7. Sector 2, you start to run up to the waterfront in Bangsaen, and then all the way along the waterfront in the final sector, ending the lap at that double apex of turns 18 and 19, where you mentioned the pit lane runs out. Yeah, there's not much runoff around here. Probably the most runoff to be had is around the turn 1, turn 2 area, maybe at 10, 11, and 12. Everywhere else, you basically got no space to make your adjustments. As remember turn 17. It's where we saw that crash when we started our coverage that red flagged the Toyota session. So keep an eye out for that, especially towards the end of the first lap. But we should be focusing highly on turns 1 and 2. That fast entry going into the hard braking zone for the tight left-hander. In a field of cars this big and cars this small, you're going to be seeing drivers do some big sends. I'm pretty sure that they'll have their heads screwed on correctly as we check out the tyres, of course, available for this Be Quick Thailand Super Series Super Eco category, supplied of course by Hankook Tyre. We've got 15-inch tyres on these cars at the moment, and they do provide a good amount of grip, as we have seen over the course of the racing so far.
And I think critically is when you take a look at that tyre and the conditions that are actually on for this weekend, it's the extreme semi-slicks, which means no wet tyre, no dry tyre, we're somewhere in the middle. Cars are going to wander around on those semi-slick tyres that don't offer the extreme grip of a full-blown slick, but at the same time, that also helps the racing. And I'll see a few pinch brakes, I think, on this first run down to turn number 1. Reminder, 12 laps the length as we cut our way through the starting grid for your Super Ecos. From here this afternoon, one more race to get us underway with the Bangsaen Grand Prix. 4 days worth of racing action. We'll be jumping straight out of your Super Eco into the Super Compact just shortly thereafter, barring no issues with the barriers that need to be repaired. And again, Dan, reminder for the drivers and the fans that were back here for the first round of the series as well. It was, you're right, the 26 machine of Adapon making his way through the field, but it was also the 25 machine of Sathapon, and both of those drivers came to issues across the weekend, had to make repairs to those cars. You can't afford a mistake here at Bangsaen. You're going too far back, and those barriers just a little bit closer. So a lot of these drivers learning some of that racecraft as well. You get the elbows out, you just get that little bit too aggressive, it's all going to go wrong.
That's a good point to make there, indeed. And also thinking about Satapon's pace when it was going well for him at Chung. He is going to be starting in 15th place for this race. We look here at the last couple of cars that will be starting towards the rear. Tanapatra and Anaki bin Mohammed Hafifi on the 15th row. Chotanin and Pirupiat on the 16th. And our 17th row here of Kirati and Sorovic. So 34 drivers set to take the start for this one here as well. Standing start for these drivers means it's going to be a game of getting these cars away from a standstill as well to boot here. And it will mean it'll be a condensed run down towards turns 1 and 2 as well, as we wait to see our last couple of cars work their way into their grid slots. And then I do believe we're about to get the green flags here at the back of the field, Scott, and get our racing action from the Be Quick Thailand Super Series, the Bangsaen Grand Prix, underway for 2024.
Yeah, 1 year ago, this street circuit came alive with all that racing on the Thailand Super Series has to offer. Who is going to stand atop the pile? Who is going to take the Thai Series JUL in the crown from the streets of Bangsaen? The racing by the beaches, and Hayden Haikal got a reasonable getaway off alongside, though Varanchit didn't get a great launch, and now it's going to be an opportunity for Visit Pong to really try and pull alongside on the run down to turn number 1. Look deeper in the pack. They're all over the field. They're already 3 wide, way back there. I think that will be the 25 machine of Sathapon trying to go around the outside at turn number 1. Becomes the inside at 2. It's going to be Haikal through turn number 1 first. Visit Pong slotted in quite nicely, and now Panatan actually got a really, really good run off of turn number 1. Debris already bouncing around on the track. Huge crash! Huge crash as they climb up Monkey Hill, and it's gonna be standing room only. It's not blocked. Now it just about is. There's one groove to get through. My word, that'll be a safety car for sure.
Oh, wow. What a start there. Okay, so the 59 and the 41 involved in that one. That's Elisa Konkwang, who started out of 16th position. 41 of Chase Chakris Parks as well. Don't know how they came together, but it looked like a bit of side-by-side and a problem for one of the Hondas as well. Looks like the number 56, unfortunately, coming to a stop there. That's Buntavi Najit, who's unfortunately come a cropper on the run up to the hairpin. Oh, goodness, what a start.
Well, they've managed to stay green, still green through the back half of the lap, and the stewards will have some time to decide if they're going to deploy that safety car. Round the fountain section right now, you can already see the cranes in the background that'll be used at some point throughout the weekend, I'm sure, to get some cars out of the way. And now it's the run down to the final sector as well, and it's this big left-hander, the big braking zone at the end of the lap, and safety car, I can tell you, has just been deployed. And that's already after it's gone on. I did catch the 2 cars that initially got together towards the front end was definitely that red and white machine that was right up in and against the fence. That was one of the cars that was involved in the initial incident, and that's the 79 machine that kicked all that one off, which was Padawi. So for him, obviously there's some contact, some overlap, and race one of the weekend. Drivers got excited there, Rhys, and I think we just got a bit excited up here in the box as well.
Yeah, we certainly did. No surprise to see the safety cars being deployed as a result of that. There's obviously going to be some debris on the racetrack. They'll need to clear that up before we can get back to racing again. Some concern in the pits as well. Yeah, shame for it was Patawi who was initially involved in the crash, starting in the top 10. Unfortunately, just the track narrowing up so much there, and it's snaking through the hills at that point in the circuit as well. So you get a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, especially if you're hitting the right rear like it seemed. These are, of course, front-wheel drive race cars, so they will absolutely go flying if that happens.
Yeah, and didn't take long for that all to kick in as well, Dan. Blind corner up off the exit at 2 as well. So for the rest of the field, you just saw it. There was no initial lift. There was no reason for them to lift either. They were just firing in there and trying to pick up the throttle, trying to gain places, and all of a sudden there was a whole bunch of check-up and cars that just could not get to the brakes in time.
That is true. I think, thankfully, but in some respects, it's a tight corner there, turn 2, and an uphill climb out of the corner as well. There you go. Safety car's going to go very... Okay, so that's actually a lot more debris than I saw that larger piece there just past the apex. We've got some smaller debris there right on the apex itself. But as I say, yeah, the run out of turn 2 here is quite a bit of an uphill run here to Monkey Hill, which does seem to help out in terms of allowing the drivers to... Well, it takes them a while for these cars to get out of the corner at any pace. So yes, the people did pile in there, but I think a few of them got away with it in terms of the damage report, though. As you can see, marshals on circuit instructing drivers to the left-hand side of the track there as they run up past turn 3, because we do have the recovery vehicles on circuit there trying to get a couple of our cars pulled away. So the 55 machine, sorry, yes, it is 55, my apologies. Just trying to see if we can find them here on the circuit. 55 Tanapatra, unfortunately, who started well towards the back. The 41 machine of Chase Chakris Parks, and yeah, the 43 of Chotanin Chaikitiak, unfortunately caught out in that one there as well. So going to take a little while, it seems, Scott, to get that sorted out. We are here on a lap count with time certainty as a backup, mind you, so there is a chance we'll still get our full 12 laps in, though we will have to get a restart at some point before that action can continue.
And have a look at the fans in the stands as well, all getting in amongst this one. 56 machine, Boontavi down in the lane, certainly damage to the right front of that car. And I don't think that right front tyre is actually down. I think they're looking at whether or not they need to tighten that one at the moment. Just get that back on the car there, Rhys.
Yeah, looks like it. All right, down off the jack now. It's obviously past their brief inspection, and it'll get back rolling again. Oh, that was quite the acceleration there. Yeah, so we haven't lost a huge amount of cars from that incident, but we do still have Patawi, Boontavi, Chase Chakris Parks, Thanapatra, and Chotanin having to be recovered from the circuit. It looks like the 55 has managed to get rolling as the marshals clean up the fluid spill across the racetrack. It'll be a very awkward place to have suddenly have no grip on the circuit as the 41 is going to get towed back to the pits. Looks like Chase Chakris Parks will see no further action today.
Field will be a little bit reset. Probably going to get one more lap under the safety car here because there's still some of that fluid to be cleaned up. Might be able to release them if they can find somewhere for that marshalling truck and recovery vehicle to go towards the tail end of this lap. But at the moment, still showing there'll probably be one more lap behind safety car as it stands. But the run along the beachfront as well, there's so much room out there for activities. The fans already getting involved, and a few fans not happy to be on camera by the looks of things. But more work back in the pits, so that's the 79 machine that's being worked on there, Dan.
Yes, indeed it was. Patawi in that number 7 Honda Brio. I do believe another one of the cars that might have gotten entangled. Just so many cars that obviously pile on in, looking for the way up out of turn 2, and just all of a sudden came to a complete stop there. So that's not too shocking. There's indeed safety car will stay out on track for another lap here, and drivers will get one more time to get themselves sighted and ready to go racing, we do hope here at least.
I was just going to say, such a shame for Chase Chakris Parks in particular in that 41 machine. I was looking at the results from the first round of the season at Chung, and Parks was able to get a top 5 in that first race of the season. Unfortunately, DNF'd race 2. So his season has not gotten off to a great start after those highs at the very first running.
Yeah, that's the difficulty as well. And now 2 DNFs on the season means there's a lot of points to claw back across the duration as well. So one more lap under safety car. I haven't received any update that this will actually be the final lap under safety car at the moment from the officials, but assumption is we'll probably be back underway at the tail end of this lap as the safety car feeds on the run up to turn 1. A little bit of elevation change as they climb the hill on the run into turn 1 as well. It's not flat. It's not just a nice simple braking zone. No, you've got to climb the hill up and to the right. Painted lines all over the road. There was a super pickup race actually last year where there was a bunch of lock brakes as they crossed those yellow lines. Someone was trying to cover on the run into turn 2 last year, forced a bunch of pinch brakes touching the paint as well. That's more part and parcel of street circuit racing as well. Got to make sure that you are off the painted surfaces, particularly should we see some more of that rain that's due to fall across the weekend. It's going to be a difficult weekend if we do get rain, and particularly the amount of rain that we're scheduled to have here this weekend, Dan, because it's consistent across the weekend as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to note there as well. We didn't get to see it last time out, or last year I should say, so how that changes the nature of the racing here will be important to note. As whilst we're talking about the weather, there's the confirmation from race control. The safety car will be in at the end of this lap, and we will get back to racing with 9 laps on the board. So that will allow the drivers here in Thailand, Super Rico, to show us what they've got, and if there's anyone who can maybe make some moves in the mid-pack or further on the back, as well as they all carefully negotiate this hairpin here at turn 6. Now, where we saw the white line painted after the hairpin is where the permanent yellow flag ends. I unfortunately couldn't quite see where they've set down the permanent yellow flag beginning into the hairpin there. But once again, here's turn 8. As what have you got?
Did you see the damage the front end of the Honda?
Yeah, looked a bit like the surface of the moon rather than the front of a Honda Brio there. Unfortunately, that's like you said before, Scott. It's part and parcel of street circuit racing. In touring cars like these, you're not going to escape without a few dings and dents.
How cool is that, though, that they get the run down through the fountain, you know, landmarks throughout the city of Bangsaen, and it's just sit back, relax, find somewhere to buy a coffee. Could you imagine sitting down in a cafe just off the circuit there and drinking a coffee whilst you watch some Super Ecos?
That'd be amazing. I'd love that, you know. And, you know, if I ever get the opportunity to travel to this race, I'll certainly grab the opportunity with both hands. This looks like a real fun time.
Righto, safety car is on its way back into the pit lane, which means we are about to go back to green flag racing. Hayden Haikal will lead the way from Visit Pong. Panatan will be in third. We've just received a notification as well. There's an incident for passing under the safety car that's under investigation, as well as the incident that triggered that one. It was the 33 and 79 machines. I thought there was another car, which was Vongsapat, which the 33 machine still sits in 13th. By the way, so race control investigating a few different things, but we are about to go back green flag racing. The run out of the final corner, and you can see Hayden Haikal is going to check them up. I thought he might have gone, but I think he's just going to hold back a little bit as the green flag is going to get waved at this point in time. Still not gone, still not gone. Now Hayden Haikal has actually gone, and there's already looking for an overtake, and it's one of the Be Quick Racing Team cars, which will be Adapon, I believe, starting to dive out, looking for a little bit of a position gained early on. And the long run down past the flag stand, not done. When they cross through the flag stand, it'll be the 45 machine of Firinat as the run down to turn number 1, up through the hill, crosses over, still side by side. The 36 machine, Panatan, does get the job done before they get to turn number 1. And the 7 of Visit Pong back to third spot. And for the 26 machine, position not gained. Did lose that one back again before he got to turn 1.
It was a brilliant little move there by Panathan to get up into third place there. Now we come down to that permanent yellow flag. Let's see how they negotiate it. Run all the way out to the wall if you can. Yeah, have a look at that. Yeah, Panathan is absolutely flying right now. I think Hayden Haikal's going to have to start looking over his shoulder pretty shortly.
Remember Sathapon back at the start of the race, Dan? Where did he start? What, 15th or something?
I will go and look that up, I believe. I say yes, it was 15th for the 25 machine of Sathapon, and I can see that he scored at 7th across the start-finish line. As down to the turn 8 we will go, and it's going to be Athapon in the 26 sister car going the outside of turn 8, if that was an overtaking move I saw right. And then we'll watch for through the fountain here as the drivers have to negotiate a single file. I believe this has been tightened up since last year. That concrete on the inside sticking out a lot more now, requiring drivers to be a lot more precise with the entry to that segment corner. Then it opens back up here through turns 12, 13, 14, and then we narrow back up for this left-hander at turn 15. As an update on that, passing under the safety car for the number 10 machine of Kirati. It's been deemed no further action, so the number 10 will be able to continue on with no penalty over the heads. Into turn 17 we will come, Rhys, and here is this tricky flat left-hand kick, and we've still got the remnants there from that Toyota practice incident there on the circuit, of course.
Yeah, defensive for the number 45. That's Firinat Nuntamanop, who's having to fend off quite an angry pack. Atapon Karasa in 6th place, trying to get the move done here. We'll see if there's any moves coming into turn 1, but you see that he's breaking the draft here, even at these lower speeds, Scott. The draft is so important down this front straight.
Yeah, it's still going to pull out of the draft and try to have a go. The 45 machine covers to the inside. Firinat is looking to get a little bit defensive. That allows the 26 of Adapon to range up. Doesn't quite get ahead. They're alongside. Just barely got the nose ahead at the apex at 2. But now he's back 1 spot. And the teammate in behind, both of these guys didn't get good drive. And when you haven't got a huge engine, as the Super Ecos and the Super Compacts do not have the power, it's a crawl up Monkey Hill. If you don't carry the momentum off turn 2, you might find yourself vulnerable as you crest all the little rises and falls. The run down to the hairpin closes up quite an immense amount onto the rear bumper of the 45 machine. But different strengths and weaknesses, and I was noticing last time through the fountain section there, Dan, at 25 machine lost a ton of ground.
Good point there indeed, as we go back to the front of the field, and Hayden Haikal's gap is at half a second or thereabouts here to Panatan as they work out of turn number 8. And whilst I was talking about no further action for the number 10 machine of Kirati, which is all good news for them. Not so good news for the 33 machine, Yvonne Zapat Katsiri, the number 33 Honda Brio, caught up in that incident on lap 1 with the 79 climbing out of turn 3. They were deemed at fault, and unfortunately we didn't quite see it ourselves, but it's going to be a drive-through penalty for that car that will see it have to take a trip to the pit lane in addition to all of the chaos. So that's getting awfully close now for the race lead through the final sector of the circuit here. What does Heidkel do? Middle of the road towards the double apex hairpin, but Panatan deep on the brakes here. Can he get around the outside? No, he's going to be blocked. Middle of the road defense from Hayden Heidkel prevents the run out of there, Rhys, and it will be the 35 that leads, at least for now, but trouble for the 66.
No. Yep, the number 66 there, who's that? It's a Chinapata, unfortunately, and I'm not sure where that is, actually. He's gone right in the runoff area.
Is that runoff? I think that's the circuit.
Is it? Is it a fountain, maybe? Well, I mean, we're going to have to dissect that later, because once again, this battle for the lead is insane. Panatan's actually rounding up here on Hayden Heidkel, and there's a big gap in the rest of the field.
I think the bigger key is Heidkel seems to have the straightaway speed, but how good is that 36 machine, that Yaris, on the brakes? That's where he's making all the time. Heikel's sort of just coasting it into the corners nice and comfortably, not really pressing the tyres. I think he checked him up. I absolutely think he balked the 36 machine coming off the final corner, because you could see there was overlap there. He went to turn into the corner and Heikel just, no, we're just going to hang you a little bit wide. Had to check out, couldn't get to the throttle, and that's why he's still got the position for Hayden Heidkel.
An update on the 66 machine. We had in the back of our ear, perhaps somewhere around the fountain for a Chinapata in that Honda Brio, and that seems to have been a pretty good spot, because we lost them somewhere in Sector 2 and couldn't find them until they got going once again. To say that, they have got going, and they've just crossed the start-finish line actually about now, so back racing. So somewhere in and around this fountain area, I would presume,
right here,
is where it got unstuck. So good to see they're back racing. Track is green once more, and we continue to watch this fight for lead, which indeed has increased the margin back to Visit Pong in third place. So these two are going to be going. Oh, big trouble at the fountain, and there it is. The number 54 of Tanakorn dropping in the order, but he's going to get it back down. But they go double wave yellows. Race tries to be extra cautious for a second here whilst Tanakorn gets going once again. It's back to the leader. It's on into the hairpin.
And that's exactly what I feared, looking at the fountain section there. You know, if there's a crush between cars, then that barrier, you're just going to hit it head on. And unfortunately, Thanakorn was not able to extricate himself in time. But the battle continues here, coming down the start-finish straight. Hayden Heidkel, 207.2 on the previous lap. Meanwhile, Panathan, 207.0. He's absolutely flying. It looks like he is.
Is he making... I swear he was making contact. So Heikel's better through the phased braking zone into turn 1, but then at turn 2, and he opens up the entry. My word, these two are trading. I guarantee if you check you get a shot of the front end of that Yaris at the moment, there'll probably be some blue or orange paint on the front end of that, because he was certainly just about making contact with Hayden Heikel. Update as well, safety car restarts under investigation. I wonder if that might not be the 26 machine, who's now lost a bunch of spots. I think we've actually lost the 26 machine from the race at the moment. I'm not seeing him on the timing. You've got an update on that one at all?
Yeah, he's fallen down the order as Atapon, unfortunately. I think that might be the last that we see of him, potentially, but...
I think caught him. Chime in there, sorry, Rhys. I think what it might have been, because the 54 machine of Tanakorn was up in and around that back half of the top 10. I suspect the 26 might have gotten caught in that incident at the fountain that saw Tanakorn parked in the barrier. Then I can also update the boys in the pit lane. So that might be the case there, as we've got ourselves 5 cars here all lined up 7th on back. So it's Wing Hong Chow in their 21 machine, then Tata Pond in the 25, Hakim Bin Haikal in the 24, Jade in the 12, and Akinit in the 17 here, as they all race together. For this.
Is there damage to the 25 machine and the 24 machine? Because if you have a look at that, the right rear corner from where our cameras are mostly stationed to that 25 machine, it's certainly got a panel sticking out. And that 24 is not straight in the same spot. So that's front to nose contact, which means that you'd probably expect the nose of the car that's in behind as well to have gone into that. So that'd be Jade that's gone in the back there of potentially those two.
Yeah, close quarters indeed at this street circuit. I saw some double yellows being held up there by the marshals. I'm not sure what's going on there. Another car potentially with some issues in this section of the racetrack. This is where we saw that crash in the Toyotas, and that's not going to do the tyre grip any favours. Coming in here, you can definitely see that damage there on the rear left of the number 25. I'm wondering if that's going to be affecting his straight line speed any. You don't want stuff sticking out like that on the body of the car.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's all starting to get really aggressive. Update on the 26 machine. Now, he did dive out of line a little bit earlier. That's what the officials were looking at. The 25 machine's now struggling for a little bit of straight line speed as well. Hakim bin Haikal is going to try and go. It'll be the long way round at turn number 1 for the Malaysian driver, but if he can hang it out and around there, he's not just hanging it out and around.
He's going to do the double.
The double! All the way down the inside. Props up the next car in line, and, well, Hakim bin Haikal goes from 9th at the line to 7th, passes Satapon and Wing Hong on the run down to turn 2.
What a move. That was fantastic. And it's going to be continuing on behind him as he says, run away. And away he'll go on the run up to the hairpin. Oh, that was brilliant. Battles going on all around the circuit at the moment. And we're looking at here.
This is the battle for now, second place. So whilst we've been looking further down the order, Panatan has lost touch with Hayden Haikal by about a second here. Last time across the start-finish line. I think that's grown substantially since the start-finish line updated here. So I think there's been, having a look here, Sector 1 lost a second and a half, did Panatan on Hayden Haikal. Fastest Sector 1 at the race as well for Haikal, for what it's worth. Something about the 36 has slowed down, even compared to the drivers in front and behind here. So suggests here something not quite up to scratch. We'll have to see if that was a momentary issue, Rhys, or a bigger issue as the fountain strikes again.
Oh dear, number 21, Wing Hong Chow, who we saw involved in this battle here. Unfortunately, it looks like a botched move here. Gets turned around, and, well, the Honda's going to go on through, but the Suzuki Swift is left stricken, and looks like a part fell off the back of that Honda.
Yeah, it's not done up at the pointy end, so try and take your eyes off the racing action if you please. There's debris.
Careful on the debris! Jesus!
Gets destroyed! My word, the 7
Was that a wing mirror?
That's a good call, actually. Yeah, that might be the right call.
Yeah, suspiciously, the 7 has a wing mirror missing. Oh, well, I think that car's definitely a little damaged now. I mean, you saw the debris flag being waved there. Unfortunately, probably too small to see from the driver's point of view.
It just got ejected, my word. You want to see a wing mirror explode? That's what a wing mirror exploding looks like. As demonstrated by Visit Pong. Interesting to note as well, it's, 2:06.2 last time by for Hayden Haikal. So whatever the speed difference was between those cars, he's responded fastest lap of the race, which means he is now 4 seconds clear out in front. But Panatan is lagging. He's not being quick the last couple laps. He was capable of, I think, 2:07s earlier in the race, not anymore. So the tyre grip has certainly started to go away from him, and I think he's covering everywhere now too, Dan, and the last time down through, what, was it turn 15? He certainly had to cover the inside.
Yeah, he did. Debris there on the exit of turn 12 as well. We've got the red and the yellow striped flags out for debris on the circuit. So the fountain's now definitely a little treacherous. The field has spread out substantially since we've gotten going on the race restart, which practically was the race start effectively in many cases, given that we didn't really get much of a go there off the standing start. So going to mean the marshals really aren't going to get a chance to clean up the circuit there, so that explains why that's going to be left as is. But coming into the final hairpin there, now I might have ruined shit there in the 89 machine. Going to try desperately to get around Visit Pong in the number 7. In fact, you'll find the Armco there on the exit with his wing mirror and takes the spot in the process.
Lovely racing between these two. The number 7's going to have to give way here.
Well, I just don't think he's got... Well, I mean, last time I was quick in a straight line, but it was under brakes. 7 is struggling, and it's a phased braking zone. It's cadence braking down here at 1. It's the run-up, little bit of bumps as they cross the tarmac, and then you've got to come off the brake a little bit, position the car right, brake hard again for turn number 2. But you've got to carry the momentum. If you carry too much momentum, you're offline at 1. Your braking's going to be straighter and more aggressive down at turn 2. And... I get the feeling, Rhys, that Panatan is not long for second spot, but he's only going to hold off for another 3 laps. Is that too long?
That is the question. I mean, he's looked mighty quick in certain areas of the circuit, but Varanchit behind him in the number 89 has suddenly got the second wind. I'm not too sure where it's come from, but it's particularly in this second half of the circuit we really see that green Toyota come into its own.
Have a look at the Honda Brio. Visit Pong still not done. He's forcing the coverage out of Varanchit at the moment. In the meantime, Hayden Haikal up and through the fountain, and I'm hoping we stick with that. No, we're not quite going to get the opportunity to see how much the margins open up to. 6.8 seconds from Hayden Haikal to Panatan at the moment, as Haikal's leading the race. Got control here in the 35 machine. And the run down to the final sector at turn 15. That barrier at the exit of turn 15 there, Rhys, it juts back out. There's a little bit of runoff area if you go in a touch too hot, but you have to get that car turning back to the left.
Yeah, such as Bangsaen. It's a very low margin for error street circuit, this one, but looks like Hayden Haikal has got it down pat at the moment. I mean, he's led from pole, and these guys battling for second behind. Here comes Varanchit at the final couple of corners. Can he get the move done on the exit, or will Panatan be able to come back down the front straight?
We're going to be 3 wide. I think we're going to be 3 wide because here comes Visit Pong. He got drive off the final corner. 1 lap ago, it was Varanchit who made contact with the barriers at the exit of the final corner. This time, I think he was leaning on the 36 of Panatan. And they're going to look for every available opportunity. Crosses all the way over. Forced to cover it from the 89 machine. But the 89's so good under brakes. Is there an opportunity? Covered by the 36. All out of control on the brakes on the run down to turn 2. It's not over. 2 more laps left to run. And he just might have enough defensive capabilities to hang on a second one in this race. How good is the battling for second place? Welcome to TSS, Rhys Gardiner.
Yeah, I'm feeling right at home already. This is fantastic racing. This is where the yellow flag starts at the hairpin. They have to go through their single file, but as soon as they cross that white line there, back to racing. You can go for it, Dan.
And you look at how much Panatan knows he's vulnerable.
It's an issue.
Elsewhere in the lap, he backs it up super hard to the hairpin. Indeed, a really bad run. I'm wondering if maybe the Varanchit there almost stalled out his car. Stuck behind Panatan there through the hairpin. So slow through turn 6 on that particular occasion. You guys in the chat noticed it last time around as well. Good spot there indeed, because yeah, that's where he seems to be getting some advantage, and then he's able to protect the rest of the lap. And look at that there. Really flirting with the limits to the point there. There you go. Varanchit's knocked off the left side mirror as they've also got lap traffic to negotiate as well there up the top of the circuit there. And they'll get by without too many issues, but it just spreads them out here a little bit with less than a lap and change to go. Then as well, Visit Pong not leaving much left in terms of track limits to work with here before he finds the wall. But there you go, Scott, in front of the field. Hayden Haikal now has himself 1 lap and a tiny bit of change left before he can see a checkered flag in this race.
Yeah, 1 more lap left to run for Hayden Haikal. He's going to look back in that rearview mirror, and I don't think there's even a flash of Panatan anymore. Such has been the aggressive battling. I wonder if Varanchit couldn't pluck a gear at some point. I think that might have been the checkup, because he recovered once he got back on the throttle. It wasn't enough for Visit Pong to get by, but last time by they were significantly closer. It's going to take something from Varanchit to get back to that point. There is now damage on the left-hand side of the Toyota Yaris. So it's Yaris, Suzuki Swift, Yaris, Brio makes up your top 4. And now a pinch break from Varanchit as he gets down into turn number 1. Last time through turn 1 and 2 covered off, and that's the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit, Rhys.
Yeah, of course, as we've mentioned many times, no opportunity for passes down here at the turn 6 hairpin. I just hope that wing mirror holds on the number 89. Otherwise, that's going to be another bit of debris for Visit Pong to run over later in the lap. We'll have to wait and see, though, what kind of run is Varanchit going to have on Panatan coming down to the final few corners. The gap for the lead has opened up to nearly 12 seconds now for Hayden Haikal. It's been a masterful drive from him.
Yeah, brilliant drive out in front. Nice, clean and under control. And Panatan looks like he's got this one covered off. The run down to turn number 8 at the end of the back straight. They'll tip it in here to the right-hander. Turn 9 will be next up on the left, and then it's the run down through towards the fountain section. Through the fountain, time starting to run out. Varanchit's supreme under brakes in this section, albeit he's tried to lighten the load. Knocked off a wing mirror, because who needs those with half a lap worth of racing left? He's going to be relying on the internal mirror. The run down to turn number 15. Time running out. Hasn't quite got the run. Okay, speed-wise through the apex there. Visit Pong looks like he's the best through this sector of the track, but it's going to take covering, I think. I think Panatan will have to cover when they get to the final corner. Haikal out of the corner will get the race win. That one is educational and out in front at this point in time. But what's the run like to the final corner for Panatan and Varanchit? Visit Pong, I'm sure, will have a go in the background as we look backwards to try and pick it up. It was 11 seconds last time by. Panatan will get it done from Varanchit. Visit Pong home in 4th.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, what a brilliant run to the line. But you saw how close it was between Panatan and Varanchit. That went all the way to the end. Fantastic stuff.
Well, how about that? And that's just the first race of one weekend worth of racing coverage here, Dan. But that is just typical Thailand Super Eco racing coverage. That's just about standard for those guys.
Oh yeah, this is very much the norm now. As you said, it's a momentum-based race for a car like this, and very much nothing left on the table here in this category. As you can see here, Hayden Haikal now enjoy a nice relaxed lap around the Bangsaen Grand Prix street circuit to bring himself home. And that car, it's looking nice and whole and not too disturbed. Despite the early pressure from Panatan, he has been able to just absolutely blitz them in the last couple of laps. He pulled 2 seconds on the final lap alone for a finishing margin of 13.904 seconds there. So if that's anything for him to go as, oh, trouble down here at turn 8. One of our drivers unfortunately hasn't made it around all the way there, Rhys, and looks like they also, in addition, won't be finishing that one there with the door coming open.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful about where they sit. That's still technically a hot racetrack. Well, that's your podium there. Hayden Haikal, Panatan, and Varanchit completing your podium, and a beautiful podium indeed. There was a masterful drive from the Malaysian at the front of this field, Scott.
Yeah, it was brilliant driving from Hayden Haikal. And then in the C+ class, it was Panatan who's actually going to take the race win from Varanchit and Visit Pong. So in the overall category, Hayden Haikal will take that win, but Panatan, that's why he fought so hard for that win on the last lap. And then finally, the C class drivers. Sirakran in the 72 machine was the first home of the C drivers, all the way down in 18th, followed home by Sittanen, and Alisa did not finish the race, a third of the C class drivers. That's what they finished like out on the racing track, and I tell you what, that was interesting, exciting, a ton of paint traded throughout the duration of that race. That was just brilliant car racing from a street circuit race. And guess what? Oh, they're cheap little cars as well, so some of those panels, they can be replaced. How many wing mirrors do you think they bring to a race weekend like this one?
I can't imagine. I mean, they're a pretty important part of the car. I mean, not as important as others, obviously, but I'd expect they'd bring at least a few spares in that regard. You never know. There might be a dealer or two down the road somewhere. That's the beauty of racing at a street circuit. You're in an urban area. You're not far away from a place where you can pick up some extra body parts if you need them.
Oh, that's the benefit of it, as everyone finally gets to make their way back down the pits. I wonder if that might have been the 16 car, Kati Safat, that we might have seen, the white car that was in the barriers on that cool down lap there as well, ladies and gents. By the way, an update on the rest of the coverage coming your way. For the rest of the afternoon. We will have about a half an hour break before we jump into the final race from this afternoon's coverage, but we'll be back again tomorrow with more racing action as well. In terms of Australian time, I can give you, we will be back tomorrow from 6 p.m. Through to about 7:45 p.m. That's in Australian Eastern Standard Time. We'll start off with the Super Pickup D2 class, and then the Supercar GTC category. In terms of Thai time, tomorrow. What that's looking like is that will be
3 p.m.
right around
Thai.
3 p.m. Thai time for racing action. But that's a pretty happy with himself, Hayden Haikal. Nice, clean race, gets the job done. And I believe these interviews are actually conducted in English, so we might actually get an opportunity to chat to Hayden here.
Fingers crossed, indeed, that that might be the case. At least for Hayden being from Malaysia, I believe. Yeah, Goody does get a chance to speak with him in English. But apparently that was around the wrong way there for the P2 board. So Panatan gets to have the number 2 board facing out the way he expects there. And maybe on Saturday he can go for the number 1 spot. But in saying that, there, I think the takeaway from that race was that car had good pace to start off, but compared to what Hayden Haikal was able to deliver through the middle and the end of that race, the rest of the field has got a lot to work with. He was unfortunately being told no audio of Goody here. I believe he might be speaking with Varunchit there for the 3rd place interview to start things off. But alas, that will just about do us for this part of the coverage today, Scott. Yeah, with Thailand Super Compact, the next category up, the second category of the weekend, at least when it comes to race sessions to kick things off here with commentary for us this weekend.
I'll tell you what, Rhys, how about that for an introduction to Thailand's Super Series racing action? Your thoughts, given that you're here for the first time, after just seeing 12 laps worth of racing action for the Super Eco category?
Well, my thought is bring on Super Compact because I want to see more racing. This circuit, I was afraid that the racing would not be too intense, it being such a tight streak circuit, but these guys leave absolutely nothing on the table, as you said. They're pushing hard all the way around. Fantastic displays of driving, fantastic battles as well. This is a great crew here.
How about that phase braking? What you saw from the technique it requires to get turn 1 and turn 2 right, because you can't just barrel down into turn 1 and then you've got enough time to pull the car up. You've got to do some of your braking on the run down into turn number 1, come off the brake, turn the car, brake appropriately again, and carry that brake into turn 2. That is a technical combination. And it's a street circuit at the same time. So if you mess it up, the barrier's right there. You cannot understate that. And you add in, there's also the rise up into turn number 1 as well. Technically, from a driver, that is one of the trickiest combinations you're ever likely to face.
Yeah, especially in a front-wheel drive touring car, These guys obviously racing cars that are based very closely on their road-going counterparts, but I'd imagine they'd set the brake bias a bit further back to just get the cars to rotate, which means, you've got to be dancing on that brake through turn 1, coming into turn 2 as well. And you're braking and turning at the same time on the run up to the turn 6 hairpin as well, and especially down the waterfront. You've got these kinks and snaking bits of road that are really going to test your driving ability. You got to try and keep the rear end under you.
Yeah, it's all about balance. It's all about precision. It's all about carrying that speed. And then the run up through the hill as well. If you get off of turn 2 and you haven't got any pace there, Dan, climbing up through Monkey Hill, it just feels like an eternity.
Yeah, it will be. And you can see these cars here, which I believe are all naturally aspirated, you can definitely tell if they don't get turn 2 right, it is a slow crawl up until about turn 4 or turn 5, at which point you're back on the anchors and preparing to set up to slow it down for turn 6. We will see in Super Compact it might look a little different with a couple of cars with some turbochargers to help increase their power output, but all the same, that's all carefully balanced with a very wide range of configurations in that category when it comes to turbochargers or naturally aspirated gearboxes as well. Are quite a variety there too. There's unfortunately no chance to hear what's being said between Goody and Hayden Haikal on this one here today. I might have to go and even listen back to the Thai broadcast feed once we're done, see what might have been said there if the sound was picked up and what we've missed out on there, because we're looking at a gap here of around 20 or so minutes probably before we will come back for Thailand Super Compact. We've actually got to give a break around lunchtime here to let everyone who's stuck inside the circuit out for a little bit as part of the natures of street racing I'm sure, well, is part of the joys of street racing, just full stop, Rhys, with the track opening up. But before we do that, here's some of the highlights from this Super Eco race today.
As the drivers settled down on in, it would be 12 laps the journey for Talent's Super Eco. Hayden Highcal would start from pole position, and for Visit Pong, it was an opportunity to try and grab some spots on lap number 1. Lights were out, and it was actually the 89 machine of Varanchit who got away from that front row. But how good was Panatan's start? Cut his way through the field, got to the pointy end, and even started to set himself off and after Hayden Highcal. It was this incident, though, that we're going to get to in just a few moments on the exit of turn number 1 between the 33 machine and I believe the 79 of Padawee, and Chase Chakras Parks was just caught up in it. There was already debris flying when they got down to turn number 2, and then the run up the hill, and it was checking up at the back end of the pack, street circuits and a traffic jam to boot as they got to the top of the hill. 41 for Chase Chakras Parks done. The 56 machine was deeper in the field, did manage to recover and get that car back out there, try and score some points. And then we went back to green flag racing, and that overtake on that restart, though, for the 26 machine. Unfortunately, illegal 5-second penalty post-race. Multiple incidents throughout the race, right at the fountain section, and another one of those as a car was nosed in there. Unfortunately, an early race exit for some of the drivers further back. How about this battle was phenomenal, and it was the dive. 2 spots on the run down at turn number 2. Managed to take the 24 machine of Hakim bin Haikal right through the field, cut his way to the front. Then this incident happened later on that same lap, and unfortunately the 21 got turned around. But no one was getting close to the 35 machine in the back half of the race. Race was supreme. It was the drive and the battle deeper in for second spot, and these 3 crawled all over each other for a number of laps there, Rhys.
Yeah, plenty of great racing, but Hayden Highcal rose above it all to take a magnificent victory in that number 35 Suzuki Swift, in excess of 12, 13 seconds ahead of this trio, who battled all the way to the end for second place. Just a brilliant show indeed, and I can't wait to see what's more to come today.
Well, race number 1 is in the books, and ladies and gents, we are going to be back with you in just a little bit. We've had your Thailand Super Eco racing run and done. Next race that we'll be coming to with the Thailand Super Compact. They'll open the circuit up, they'll let some of the local populace in and out, and allow traffic in and around the streets of Bangsaen, and we're all going to step away, grab ourselves a copy, and gear up for an hour's worth of racing of Super Compact action. We'll be back for more in about 15-20 minutes. Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back after a brief step away as the track was opened up. And thank you to Daniel Bilski for the onboard lap aboard the Audi GT3, the number 27 car from a number of years ago at the Bangsaen Grand Prix. And this is what it looks like when you're trying to set up a racetrack effectively. Yeah, we're talking a lot about some of the logistics that sort of go on, but this stuff is what's really, really important to me, because you cannot go racing unless you've dotted your I's and crossed all your T's. It has to be perfect, or else the circuit never gets graded correctly.
Yeah, exactly right. The Bangsaen Street Circuit is FIA Grade 3, so not quite at the level needed to host series like, say, the World Endurance Championship, let alone Formula One, but enough for international racing of this caliber. And even for an FIA Grade 3 circuit, the amount of infrastructure that goes into setting up a place like this is just immense. You've got the Armco barriers lining most of the circuit, God knows how many concrete barriers, and plenty of special barriers as well, specifically designed to absorb impact. Sometimes it comes down to a matter of millimeters when it comes to barrier placement. That could be the difference between a circuit passing the grade or not.
And it's not just the barriers themselves, but we just saw a blended barrier as well, something that was concrete on one side into the Armco as well. It's very, very important. There's tons of tech pro that's laid out around this this circuit. Grates are a big part of that. Obviously, the stormwater water has to drain from what is a residential street normally. Water's got to have somewhere to go, but that's all got to be fixed. So we can all remember incidents of barriers coming up and grates coming up out of racetracks. So it was at the Malaysian Grand Prix a number of years ago that halfway destroyed one of the Formula One cars. You know, that's part of racing. It's a difficulty that even real-world circuits, fixed circuits, have to deal with. But the level of punishment that they put through, Dan, is even more when you come to a street circuit race like this, because it's not designed initially with car racing in mind.
No, indeed. Yeah, what goes into making a racetrack good for racing versus what's needed on the road day to day is completely different things. And we get the chance to see it at several circuits around the world. Things that you think about, say, thinking about Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans and the Mulsanne Straight. The fact that, well, yeah, for example, most roads have the crown up the middle, so as you said, their water can flow away from the edges, being the big one. And that means that, well, around here, obviously, at Bangsaen, a bit of a different story, because we don't have so much of a speed thing to worry about here tonight. But very much it can be a case of, therefore, drivers looking for certain parts of the road that they want to race on, whilst also considering, of course, your standard thoughts of where's the racing line naturally going to lead drivers to go to as well. So there is that. All those factors to consider in mind as we're now getting ready for the Thailand Super Compact category to hopefully be coming to the dummy grid in a couple of minutes and then heading out on track.
And interesting to note as well, we actually have a tie in the lead of the points, which is really interesting because Chaya Mongnam and Tanaroj have both one run race between them, but then their secondary points finish is a little bit further down. I think about 5th or 6th certainly in class, but they've both got a win and that same result from their second race of the season as well. And then we also have a 3-way tie for third place in terms of championship standings as well. 2 races thus far into the season of a total of 8 for the super compact class means that, you know, this is going to be really, really important. And for the 2 guys, you know, that are leading the way in points race, I mean, they've got a job to do here. They've got to make sure that they've qualified that car well. They've got to make sure now they survive everything that goes on in lap number 1. And then 60 minutes to get through this race as well.
Yeah, at a what has turned out to be a very brutal circuit, as has been known for a number of years now. It's interesting, you know, if you're tied on points coming out of the first round of a championship, and then you come to an event like this at a temporary street circuit where the roads are narrow, there's so little margin for error. What do you do? Are you aggressive, and do you try to extend the lead that you hope that you can get, or do you just back off? Do you focus on survival? Try and get maximum points from this round without compromising yourself and save the real fighting for later on in the season. It's a difficult debate, one that I've had in my head many times on the simulator.
Yeah, and at the same time, not only are you dealing with that, you're also dealing with, I believe it's like about 27 degrees over there. The humidity's up around 95% at the moment. In fact, we can still see the last of the cars just clearing the circuit at the moment from regular traffic to the circuit. Yeah, but from a championship points, I mean, the benefit of the sim at least is, well, you can flick on the AC, you can turn a fan on, well, if it's a little bit too cold, you can put a heater on, you can really climate control. You can't do that in a race car. There's a lot of heat coming from a lot of different directions.
Yeah, it's hot in the interior of a race car, and of course this is Thailand. It's going to be humid as well. That's something that I didn't really think about until just now. The amount of humidity that's probably in the air right now, that's going to be playing havoc with the driver's senses.
Yeah, and fatigue as the weekend goes on. Remember, we are live with coverage here today, but the teams have already been here for a couple of days, setting things up, making sure the cars are in the circuit, you know, turning practice and qualifying laps both today and yesterday as well. You know, transporting a car to Bangsaen, getting yourself set up, making sure everything's set up, locked down at night. And then keep an eye on those palm trees in the background as well. There's a fair bit of wind just sort of swirling around. And we'll be talking about rain, I'm sure, at some point this weekend. You know, that just throws another factor into things, Dan. And it was a big factor. I think the drivers talked about fatigue a lot last year when we were here.
Oh, yeah. For especially our longer categories here of an hour of racing. The fatigue is going to be pretty intense. Even in some of the shorter races where we've got these really big fields, they're going to probably still be thinking about fatigue in some respects. Although, of course, if we do end up in situations where we get safety car interventions giving drivers maybe a chance to mentally and physically breathe and relax, that might take away a bit of the edge. But nevertheless, it is certainly going to be challenging out there. And this will be now also a chance for us to see the pit lane in action during this race, of course, as well. Another moment where drivers will get a chance to maybe gather themselves up before they go racing once again.
Yeah, and making sure that you get that pit stop as well. I mean, time pit stops here means that safety shouldn't be too much of a concern, and realistically, the pit services that are down there, particularly on the way in, is sort of combined with the dummy grid in effect as well. So, you know, file in there. You've got a shade shelter effectively as your pit area, so you've got to get all the tools and everything that you need for the event. You're going to be sharing that area with a few teams as you rotate in and out of these areas right throughout the weekend. Making sure you pull into the right pit area is definitely an issue from a real-world circuit, as you can see that they're just making sure with the safety vehicles at the moment that the track is clear so that we can go back to racing with the final of our categories for this afternoon's racing here as well, Rhys. But yeah, confusing pit booms. It does happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly does. And I guess this is a bit of a unique pit lane setup, isn't it, compared to a typical racetrack or even a typical street circuit. You only really see pit lanes like the one here in, say, Formula E or something like that. Having to do a U-turn on your way through the pit lane and you spat out right back where you started effectively when you re-enter the racetrack. It's got to play interestingly in some drivers' heads. They've got to get straight back into race mode, especially if they're pitting from up in the field and they're going to have traffic to contend with when they make their way back out.
Just keeping an eye on the weather radar. I think we've done the normal commentators curse. At this point, my name in commentary starts to come along with a little bit of a curse because I've cursed that many things. Great at cursing the weather so far this weekend. It looks like as if the weather's sort of not quite making it up all the way through the Gulf, and it's hitting the mountains just to the northeast of Bangsaen, not making its way down in and around the circuit. It's sort of lurking in and across the bulk of Thailand, is getting a bit of rain at the moment. It's patchy in and out around, which doesn't guarantee that we're going to get rain, but it also doesn't guarantee that we're not going to get rain. I think it's going to be one of those really iffy things. If we do get some, it looks like it's probably just going to be spotty at best, which doesn't change the track. There'll be no pit stops for tyre changes if that's the case.
Yeah, it's what you need to think about, and even if there's little spots of rain like we saw in the practice sessions earlier today. Another thing you got to think about is it's a public road. You'll hear racing drivers talk a lot about how when the track gets wet, it gets very greasy on the racing line. And yeah, that's true on both a street circuit and a purpose-built racetrack. But on street circuits, it gets even worse because these are public roads. They're used by normal vehicles every day. Normal vehicles that'll spit oil out the bottom and drag a lot of dirt onto the road as well. Obviously, a part of the track preparation for setting up at Bangsaen, occasionally there are parts of the track that will be resurfaced, and I think that's particularly true in the back half of the circuit coming up to the start-finish line. But elsewhere on the track, if it rains, you are going to be dealing with a lot of extra grease, maybe more than you were expecting.
Definitely something that's worth noting. And I think you made a critical point. Something that actually when I was learning to drive, actually back in my youth, half of my lifetime ago. Now, back when I was about 16, one of the things my dad actually said to me when I was learning to drive a car on the road for the first time is be very, very careful when you just get that first little bit of rain, because what actually happens is the water gets down into the rain surface, and you mentioned it, regular people who are driving regular cars have oil that drips out the bottom of them semi-regularly. Every car that's running around on the road, there's going to be a fair few of the mechanical issues. It actually picks the oil up and brings it to the surface of the road. So the first few spots of rain, the first little bit is actually worse than once the rain settles in. If you get about 3 days of rain, and it's pretty even the whole time, the amount of rain on the road, by the third day, the road's actually not too bad, but it's that first sort of half an hour is really, really greasy with that oil coming out of the road.
Yeah, something the drivers will have to look out for this weekend if the rain threat continues. But we're not expecting much of the rain at the moment. You mentioned earlier the chance was sitting at around 18 to 26% or somewhere in that vicinity. So it's looking like the super compact race here is going to be dry, but there is always that threat. You never know. It could turn on a dime, especially in this region of the world, as the super compact field lines up on the dummy grid. Drivers getting ready all the way through this pit lane, and the teams doing last little bits of maintenance to the cars, making sure that everything's in order for their run on the formation lap. This is going to be interesting. Honda CRZ is a very popular car in this category, and it looks like we have two CRZs on our front row.
Yeah, the 95 machine up there and in contention will be that of Budamont and Chen Yabut. We're very quick back at Chang as well, always been quite up towards the point, and compact pole obviously going to the car that's alongside of them was the 14 machine, and that is that of Thanaraj, who is our championship leader at this point in time, but Decathorn off alongside of him. So a lot in the water for those guys. Remember what we said, had to get through qualifying. They've done that. They've been quick through qualifying and on the front row. That's step one. But a lot can happen when you get down to turn number one, particularly if you're on cold tyres, you make a mistake. That turn one's always the most important part of the raceway to get through.
Yeah, especially at this place. You mentioned it at the end of the Super Eco race, the fast entry into the first turn. You brake a little bit for it, then you got to get on the brakes again for turn two. These super compact cars are a little bit faster than our Super Ecos, so I think there's going to be a lot more brake usage to think about there.
Yeah, and an hour worth of time that's going to be on these tyres as well, so you can't take too much out of the tyre, or else you're going to be struggling towards the back half of the race. Just having a quick look at the starting grid, by the way, and having a look at, think a little bit about the points as well from a championship standing point of view down. I'm just looking for the 92 machine of Chaya down in 7th spot on the start of that 4th row. Not the way you would have liked to come into this event.
No, not at all. That will make things obviously a little bit more difficult here in this race. And looking at the qualifying time as well, there is a strong field spread in terms of the lap time. Now, that, again, could just be a case of getting the right time in the qualifying session to get a lap together. Confident of so many variables there, whether it's driver, track, internal, external, to the circuit, or the driver or whatnot. So we can see how that changes in the next little while here. Still just under 10 minutes or so before we get the racing underway, though, mind you. So drivers a little bit of time to get themselves settled in and ready to go here.
There's a lot of time sitting on the grid, chilling out. And you can see the drivers at the moment just, relatively relaxed, not too much going on, probably keeping half an eye towards the skies, half an eye towards where the wind's coming from as well. Weather does seem to be coming down off the mountains, sort of from the northeast coming towards the southwest. But you've also got some cells sort of and some wind coming up the coast as well from the south up and along the water. Is worth noting in terms of things. But target at the moment, get a good jump, rolling start for the super compacts as well, different to the super ecos. No standing start to deal with. That certainly takes a little bit of load off those gearboxes, Rhys.
Yeah, indeed it does. Of course, these cars are still very much based on road-going machinery, so if you want to look after the gearbox, then, yeah, standing start probably isn't the best way to ensure that longevity. The clutches of the cars would be going through a lot. But a rolling start, of course, yeah, it's a little bit easier on the mechanical powertrain. The clutch and the transmission don't have to go through as much, but I think your gearbox is going to be the least of your worries as soon as you get out of turn 2, because remember lap 1 of the Super Eco race, guys. We saw just a little bit of side-by-side contact coming up Monkey Hill, and it turned into this almost track-blocking fiasco. Those cars were a little bit smaller than these ones, so any kind of side-by-side coming up the hill there will probably turn into disaster for everyone behind.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, there's actually quite a few failures mechanically in terms of turbos and engines. I think the car, they were just running the engines just a little bit too hot back at the Chang International Circuit. I remember quite famously Jonsak had a huge failure out of that Ford Fiesta. And it looks like he's got that car wound back up and ready to go. We'll start off the outside of row number 3 and the number 4 machine, Dan, but failures mechanical, you've got to look after the cars, and there was a lot of mechanical failures already in this class this season.
Unfortunately so, yeah. This was one of the categories that did struggle a fair bit in terms of drivers getting through the racing and not having a reliability issue. So that will be one to watch out for here as well, because a smaller circuit, less time to really let the cars cool down in a sense, with more turning, more braking, more reliant. It's the only advantage there being that they're not going as fast as often, so that might not overwork things as much in that respect. So, going to be a bit of give and take. Drivers going to have to have made sure, well, and teams too, of course, have made sure their cars are fit and ready to go racing here today. And we'll be hoping to see this field make it through without any issues there in that case.
Interesting to note, I think you said, obviously not as much opportunity to cool the cars down. Well, engine-wise, then they're probably not doing as hard the yards here compared to the Chung circuit. Obviously, so much straight line speed, so much time spent at full throttle there. But Rhys, one thing that we did see last year was actually some brake failures and some brake seizures on some of the Trans M V8 cars we're going to see throughout the weekend as well. Debris can get into those ducts. It changes things. All of a sudden, you get a piece of debris that's just blocking some intake for something. Doesn't matter what. There's a number of different intakes across these cars.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like a conventional racetrack with plenty of runoff area where, debris might get flicked off the racetrack. I mean, we saw that incredible incident in the Super Eco race where the number 7 ran over what we think was a wing mirror on the front straight. You saw how it exploded, how it sent shards flying everywhere. That's something these drivers will have to deal with as well. If you run over a piece of debris, yeah, it can get stuck in the intake, but it could also shred your tires. That's something else that needs to be taken into account. Could get stuck in a wheel well, carve a groove in the tires, get stuck in the brake ducts. Yes, there's a lot of things that can go wrong if you end up coming across a piece of debris. So if you see that red and yellow striped debris flag, you best pay attention.
It's nearly an issue of trying to get your eyes too far down the track sometimes. The speeds come up. You got to get the eyes as far as you possibly can down the track, but you've got to note as soon as you possibly can any little thing like that. Just immediately make a maneuver around the track as we get back to the 38 machine, which will be off 5th, and then this is the 4 machine of Kajon Sak in the pit lubricants machine. 92 is your tied championship leader with our driver from pole, Chaya, in the solo entry. And don't forget, we've got driver swaps for a number of cars throughout up and down the field as well. So communicating back what the car's doing, how it feels in terms of the road surface. Has there been any changes to the road as well? Shane deeper in the field as well in the 66 machine out of Roanoke. And the last car inside the top 10 is going to be the 69 machine of Achitafon. And hand back to you, Rhys, for 11th through 20th.
Yeah, indeed. It's a rather large grid that we've got involved for this one. There's plenty of handicaps as well to deal with over the course of this race. Chanachicha there making their way out of the row of the grid there. Catching on to the number 24, Thananthorn and Jirapat. This is another 2-driver entry. Moving on to the number 88, DC Garage with Kuroki Racing. And that is a very nice helmet design. I love that. Very bright colors involved on a lot of these cars too. Kiatafan P, the Honda CRZ, which has turned into one of the more popular cars in this category, with the number 89 lining up alongside Dan.
Yeah, that he is indeed. And then we get into our last couple of drivers towards the back of the field here. 17th place for Chotanin and Anewat in the number 59 machine here for next to Romay Rimna Motorsport and Baby Boss Garage. And then alongside them will be Narakrit and Manuel Rafael Caceres sharing the number 13 Honda Jazz. And then your top 20 rounded out by Putinat and Arthon. Apologies there for Sigma Motorsport and their teammates. So that's the Sky Gallery Racing Team, Honda CRZ. The Sigma Motorsport, number 99 of Shivin and Demola will be starting out over your top 20. Their teammate machine is 21st in the number 11. And then you've got Nat and Chokchai in the number 46 Honda Jazz with 3 cars we didn't quite get to there, and we'll get them here now. Starting with the 27 of Thormtep and Tanapon in the number 27 for Lex D, making H rookie CRZ. The Scuba Race Team, number 17 of Jiboyu there. And then our final car of Punapat for Sky Gallery Racing Team, the second of the Hondas from that team, although it's a Honda City, the number 34 versus the number 37 being a Honda CRZ, to make it 25 drivers and cars that will start this race. Just had word from race control that the pit exit is now open. The green flag there now being waved. And it's time for the number 14, YK Motorsport CRZ, to lead the Thailand Super Compact field out onto the track for their formation lap.
Interesting to note as well, out of those 25 cars, only the top 19 actually set times in qualifying. So those 5 cars at the rear of the field, numbers 11, 46, 27, 17 and 34, we don't quite have a read on what their pace is going to be in the race. But they'll be starting from a long way back here, Scott, at a street circuit. That's not always the best place to be.
No, it's not. And then throw into this one mandatory pit stops as well between the end of the 24th minute, so 25 effectively, through to the end of the 35th minute. Got to get your pit stop done sometime in that 10-minute window. Different drivers have different speeds, and there was a few teams with one slow, one faster driver. I mean, Thanaroj was incredibly quick, but I believe Decathorn wasn't actually too far off the pace as well. Budamont and Chenya Boot were actually going to be the other car off that front row. Were actually quite even in terms of their lap pace as well. But buying yourself just that little bit of track position on a street circuit, get that faster driver in earlier when you get to that window, or just looking for a little bit of clear air somewhere on the track. Never a bad idea either.
No, certainly not. But like everything, it's a balance, isn't it? Do you want your faster driver in now when there's a lot of potential for some chaos in the opening laps, or do you wait for that clear air to come and then put your faster driver in, running the risk of falling further down the order? That is the big question. We'll get our way through this grid one more time here at Bangsaen. The Honda CRZs for YK Motorsports starting on the front row here around a fantastic street circuit once more. That fountain chicane at turns 10, 11 and 12, perhaps my favourite section of the circuit, but I think the highlight for everybody is going to be the run up Monkey Hill from turn 2 to turn 6.
Yeah, 3.75 kilometres in length, and the first of the circuit dry tyres that we'll be seeing from Hankook here this weekend. The super compact 15-inch Ventus F200s, the tyre of choice for dry running in the super compact class as well. There will be a wet tyre on offer throughout the weekend should that one be required. But how about the picturesque Bangsaen as we hover up and above the circuit? Like, such a beautiful place to go racing for race number 3 of the super compact calendar for 2024. That's what your front 2 rows will look like as they take their way off on the formation lap. And now you start to get a sense of how much tyre you got underneath you. Can you get enough heat in it? And the other side of the coin is don't overcook that tyre as well here, Dan.
Yeah, that might be a concern as well. So drivers going to have to keep things in check here. So for the cars that have 2 drivers, one of those drivers is designated the number 1 driver, and they are required to start this race here. We can see them here on screen right now. So you can see we're already through the top half of the field or thereabouts with Kurapon and Chanachicha, for example, on the 6th row to round out your top 12. Of course, though, for the drivers or just the teams and cars with a single driver, they still will have that compulsory pit stop to make, and that will also affect their pit stop times, as there is compensation added for not doing a driver change as well. So a whole bunch of factors to keep in mind. As you can see here, we might have 2 on boards for this race, the number 4 of Kajonsak and the number 92 of Chaya. And you can see they're actually both here starting at a 6th and 7th, will be potentially providing us with onboards. As the put out there, the number 34 machine will be our last car in the field to start this race. As looks like our driver's going to head around the final turn to get ready to go. That there, also the points coming out of the opening weekend at Chang International Circuit for Chaya and Thanaroj, tied up on 33 points apiece. 8 races across 4 weekends this season to decide who will be the 2024 Drivers' Champion. You can also see it's a 3-way tie for 3rd in the series on 28 points. So there is a lot of drivers who are in with a chance here. Scott, as we go to the chopper camo, the green flag is flying here at Bangsaen. Super Compact will be underway here as we get back to the pitches.
Yeah, already looking to show you the nose. 3 wide in the middle of the racing pack as well. Starting to try and see if they can find their way through on the run down to turn number 1. Will the 14 machine lead us through to the first turn as the 2 teammates from YK Motorsports on the front row just about the field gets themselves sorted out. They're about 4 wide, 3/4 of the way down through the back. And the first lap of the Super Compacts under racing speed up through Monkey Hill. And that looks to me like that Ford Fiesta of Kajonsak has actually lost a number of spots. Started out at 6th position, has already fallen through the pack as it currently stands. And I'm interested to see if Norat's doing quite well. I'll tell you what, Chaya looks like he might have grabbed a spot as well off that start there, Rick.
Yeah, looks like it. Running very well at the moment through the hairpin for the first time. Permanent yellow flag in this section, of course. You saw those green flashing lights. They'll denote where you can go racing again. Speaking of going racing, it's protecting the inside line here for the number 38, riding on board with car 92 of Chayam Wangam, trying to pass that 38th for what I think is 4th spot. Unsuccessful for the time being, but absolutely smashing up through the gears in the acceleration zones here. Losing a bit of ground through the fountain section, but a clean first lap so far. That's good to see.
And have a look at that cable. I think that might have been the drink cable that's flying around in the internals of the car at the moment, because there's some fluid dripping out of that one. So you'll certainly want to find that and get some fluid throughout the race if you potentially can from Chaya. But for the meantime, the difficulty of circulating the Bangsaen Grand Prix circuit, I believe this will be the final corner. Yep, that's the pit lane exit off to your right-hand side. The run out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight. And that is what a lap, at least the tail end of a lap, of the super compact racing looks like for Chaya.
Well, that's a good run.
Who is
That's
starting
a
to
very
close
good
down.
run in a straight line. He's going to get it done here. Looks like potentially the 38 lifting off there on the way into the first corner. And, oh no, coming back into the second corner. That's interesting to see. Looks like Chayam Wangam here has got acceleration down pat. A lot of power at hand in that car, but he can't make any moves in this section.
And then it's the run off the crest of Monkey Hill down into the hairpin. Check this out, how tight this is going to be. Get ready for the steering lock that's about to be thrown at this thing. And there it is, the hairpin. Complete 180 on the steering wheel. Sorry, complete 360, I think. You pass that completely up and around on the steering wheel just to get that car turned in at the hairpin, then gets the run off. And once again, the 38 machine with Mitchell behind the wheel covers to the inside. Chaya tries to get across. I think he might have him. Indeed, he has by the time they get to the braking zone. From 5th up to 4th for your championship leader. And gets the job done as they end off the back straight.
They're also your top 2 in the championship, Scott. So those drivers and teams looking to race each other pretty hard here, it seems. And I have to say, that Honda CRZ, the M&M shop by Nexter team, has prepared that, and it is an absolute rocket once it hits 3rd or 4th gear. Relative to the 38 behind it now is a little lock going into turn 15, though. Will just unsettle the car a little bit there as they try and get up to speed here. Already approaching, 4.5 minutes, or 3.5 minutes, sorry, complete in this race now. So far, going to get 2 green flag laps on the board, so looking good to get this race underway. A little bit different to what we saw in the Super Eco category earlier. It's just in behind them. You can see a little wide. I believe that would have been, pardon me, sort of looking at around Upon maybe? No, pardon me. It was directly behind the 38. I mean, Tanapatra, the number 5, the purple CRZ from Unity by Insane Mosul. That is indeed who it is, chasing down Nardole in one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entries here, the number 23 machine.
I'm just amazed at how much speed that yellow CRZ has down the straights. It's incredible stuff.
I think he's getting through the gears quite good. I don't necessarily know that the speed between the two cars is all that much. I think it's the shifting. He's brilliant through the gears.
Sure, it could be that. It just sort of seems like it's a lot of difference for shifting technique, to be pure. He's definitely flat shifting, though. I wasn't seeing a lot of movement from the right leg. Double wave yellows into turn 8. Who have we got that's come unstuck in this part of the circuit? Is it that car there on the far left? Number 17.
Jonathan.
Yeah, number 17, yeah, indeed is missing or hasn't made it to the Sector 2 timing marker. So that would indeed seem like that is the case there. So thankfully, it looks like they've been pulled out of the way there, Rhys, so we'll be able to keep on racing. But unfortunately for the Scuba race team, that's going to be some work here to figure out what went wrong with that car.
Yeah, big shame indeed. It's fortunate that they managed to pull it off the circuit and get it in a safe place. We keep our eye on the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry with Norarat Apivart at the wheel, chasing down Budamont and Chanyabut for P2. The YK Motorsports Honda CRZs are looking quick as ever, but I love the open regulations, or slightly open regulations, enough that there's aerodynamic differences between the cars. Because the YK Motorsports CRZs, you notice you don't even see the rear wing until the car is fully past you. And then you look at Chaeyoung Wangam's entry and the M&M shop car. It's got a massive honking rear wing on the back of that thing, and he still hasn't quite gotten free of the Winghin Motorsports Toyota there. I think this is going to be quite the battle, and it looks like a pass almost going on behind there, coming into the first turn. A little bit of a defense from the CRZ at the moment for the time being, but it looks like things have worked out there.
It's the 33 machine, full pond, trying to make some time back up on the 38 machine as we settle into the first stanza of Super Compacts for the weekend. As we look a little bit deeper in the pack, back at the number 5 machine for Thanapatra, who's managed to get his way past the 23 machine with Nardal behind the wheel. So the Unity by Insane Motorsport makes a move on Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entry. And Kajonsak was that Ford Fiesta in the background as well, looking to make a move in the number 4 car. As they run down the back straight, I think he was a lot closer. You can still see that car still parked up on the right-hand side as they run down here to the end of the back straight. And, well, first 5 minutes successfully navigated, coming up on 8 minutes into this race as well. So for everyone just about, barring the 17 Scuba machine, good successful start of the race.
A good chance here with the onboard of Kajonsak to see the heel and toe work that goes into these cars here. And this is one of the cars that's got an H-pattern manual gearbox. We have seen some cars in this category are actually equipped with sequential boxes. So that was third gear there through turn 15. Grabs fourth as we approach this left-hand flick of 17. And then can get into fifth gear for the run up to 18 and 19. Also good to see gearing here is nicely appropriate. Now, is that all the way back to second with a single shift of the lever? Jumping across the middle gates of third and fourth there, I believe it was, to be able to get that one pulled up. Rhys is then back on the power and up the gears on the front straight.
I love it when drivers do that. Just go straight down into second. Beautiful, smooth stuff. Really love it. Oh, the number 4 Ford Fiesta of Kajonsak still chasing down Shane Ang in the Honda Fit GR. And that Honda Fit was one of the cars that I noticed on lap 1 going to the inside of turn 2 and trying to make some big moves in the early stages of the race. But looks like Kajonsak is getting a really good run up Monkey Hill. And in a way, I suppose it's a shame that there's a permanent yellow down at the hairpin, because he could afford to go for a move there. But I don't think you'd be able to make it side by side through there anyway.
Yeah, it just would not happen, and hence the reason for the permanent yellow flags. And even this back straight's not all that straight as well, as you keep an eye on Shane Ang just ahead, starting to catch that Nardal machine. And one of the other Gazoo Racing Team Thailand entries, that's at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, and they were running in third place at the time. Norarat Apivat there, stuck in the runoff area. I don't know how much of an impact there's been with the barrier, if any, but yeah, that's not good. That car doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. So, I don't know, maybe a safety car is going to be called in the next few minutes if they can't get that car moving.
When you say how much impact the barrier, I reckon the front bonnet on that's crumpled just a little bit. I reckon there is some damage to the front end of that car. So, and then it's just sort of hit the barriers and jumped back out a little bit, potentially. Or he's tried to find reverse and pull that car back out. But, yep, we'll have 2 cars now in the barriers, and it was Norarat now sinking through the racing standings as this 3-way dice now becomes for 7th, 8th, 9th on the racetrack, with 25 machine falling by the wayside. So series leaders in terms of your points sit 1st and 3rd on the road, with Thanaraj from Putamont from Chayar. And now here comes the overtake, gets the drive out of the final corner for the 66 machine, gets that one done. There is no power at all at the top end. Whether or not they get the gearing on that car incredibly short, it just ran out of power at the back end of that straight race.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there. There's potential it was a mechanical issue on board the car and he's had to lift off, because it doesn't look like he's keeping up with them in any case, even through the corners. Not too sure what's going on there.
would have been a shock towards the back end of the straight to all of a sudden have a car just slow down rapidly, well ahead of where you're predicting it to be. But now Kajonsak will try and get a little bit closer. He's struggling for the exit off that hairpin as well, so it's the lower end where Kajonsak's... Oh, Kajonsak's now having issues as well! Is he trying to find
flags? Okay, safety car's been called.
All right, so I was worried.
He backed off for the boards and flags. He almost got you there.
Well, that car, that number 4 Ford Fiesta, they've had so many issues with that car over the last year. There's so many DNFs. So I just thought for a second we might be seeing another one.
I don't blame you, but yeah, as he backed off, I was able to look out the onboard shot there. We had safety car board and flags come out there on the right-hand side of the straight between turns 7 and 8. So field will be neutralised. The pit window will now be, or potentially it may be delayed in opening. We are outside the pit window though by about 13 minutes. So it's possible if we can get this race restarted by retrieving number 25 Nora Apavart's that Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Honda Toyota Yaris. Sorry, it's not a Honda. It'd be quite the shameful error to say that there. We can get that car retrieved in due course and get the race restarted before the pit window opens. Then that won't be affected. At this stage, we are just under 13 minutes away from it being opened if we get back racing before then.
Race control tends to monitor quite closely is do we have an opportunity to open that window yet? They will delay it as well if it's not sufficient. And that's the 23 machine that's gotten back into the lane. So there was some sort of mechanical issue for them to bring this car. Is that a flat tyre? They're doing a tyre change.
Yeah, this is pretty early for a tyre change, I'd say.
There's some curb rash on that rim, though.
Yeah. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe a bump to the wall?
Interesting to see them. So the pit lane is still open, so this isn't their compulsory pit stop out of the way. And Chaya is clearly not bothered by if that is a drink cable or he's already managed to get that one sorted, but that one's still flying around the car. I mean, if you're going to clean that up, under safety car is going to be your best opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a hard slog. Towards the end of the race, though, if you've come into the pits for damage and... Well, yeah, like you mentioned, the drink nozzle problem for Yeaman is there's a good opportunity to just slow down a bit, take stock of what your situation is, and then you can get back to racing. Hopefully, he's managed to get his drink sorted.
I think that's the onboard for Kajonsak once again, the number 4 machine. But I wonder whether or not. Well, you had to look over that. Was that at the timer? Do you think it's down on the dash, or do you think that was at the cable, the tube?
Well, speaking of the tube, this is the situation there for Yeaman, and you can see that tube is still dangling down. That'll be hitting the side of his head in the left-hand corners. Does he even want to fix that at the moment, or does he feel fine for now?
Well, I mean, there may not actually be anything he could do about it. So there's the other thing that's worth considering, because if there's a clip or something that's out of in the roof, he's not going to be able to see and reach that sitting in a racing seat with a helmet on. So probably not a huge deal he can do. They might have a look at it at the pit stop, maybe think about repairing that, or at least finding somewhere to get it out of the way. If indeed it is a drink tube, it could just be something else entirely as well. We're just sort of guessing here at this point in time. How good are the onboard shots, though, from around the circuit? Like, that's the big key for me. Being actually able to be put into these cars and driven around for a lap just shows you how tight the racetrack actually is around here, Dan.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the things that we, unfortunately, we don't have control. It's sort of sometimes that we might get an onboard in some of these categories. We might not. It's great to have 2 of them here in the Thailand Super Compact category. In particular. And I also noted there earlier on the run between turns 6 and 8 there, we had Choyar pressing that green button on the top left of his steering wheel. I wonder if that's maybe his radio button back to the team in the pit lane, or if it's something else that he was pressing. Because it looked like he was sort of pressing and holding for a while there. So maybe talking with the team back down in the pits about what to do here under safety car. I mean, you can still see no effort to restrain or sort out that drink tube. it would seem. So might be a case of either not an issue or not something that can be sorted out here whilst cruising at safety car speeds. I also see as they come down towards the pit entry that for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, you can just see the bonnet there, that issues are a little bit more substantial for the number 23 of Nardol and Tanchanok. They're going to go down a lap here under safety car, and that means that they are going to have a very long and difficult race ahead of them if they can get that car back. It's been in the pit lane for over 4 minutes since crossing the pit entry line, Rhys, so going to be a tough one there.
Yeah, that Toyota Altis is certainly not in the best of shape, and we're still not quite sure exactly what the issue was on that car, but yeah, we did notice just before the safety car was called that it was losing a lot of pace down the straight, so it could be an engine issue of some kind, could have been a flat tire as has been speculated. A tap to the wall maybe ruining the suspension. We just don't know at this stage, but in any case, things have gone wrong in just about every way imaginable for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, and I think it's going to be difficult for them to come back from this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not over at the moment, but yeah, certainly being off 2 laps down is not going to help your case as well. Big part of that, but getting through the opening little bit of the race, talk about your drivers actually that have got to do a driver swap at the pit stop. Well, the front 2 drivers will actually have to hand over to their co-driver for the weekend. Thanaroj and Budamont will both have their co-drivers to hand over to. So for the 14 car, Decathorn will take over the driving duties for the second half of the race, and for the 95 machine, Budamont will hand it on over to Chanyabu. Then Chayar is the solo entry. Will do 60 minutes of this race alone, so anytime on the safety car, he will enjoy taking a little bit of a breather with, and they have managed to get that car repaired, get it back out. And there is some scuffing around that left rear wheel well, so there was some sort of a brush with the wall at some point throughout the weekend on that car.
Yeah, looks like it. He'll have now. Looks like he's 5 laps down on the leaders, at least according to my timing screen. So, I think finishing on the lead lap, statistical impossibility potentially, but we'll have to wait and see if the 23 will be able to salvage anything from this race. You know, it's a street circuit event, and street circuits are almost always races of attrition. If you can just drive within your limits and survive the rest of the way, the race will come to you in some way. It might only be worth a few positions at the end of the day, but anything you can do to get some crucial championship points.
Also, big shout out to you, Rhys, whilst you're sitting here under this safety car, for coming and joining us this weekend for a little bit of coverage. Thursday and Friday afternoons are a little bit more difficult to cover because it's during work hours in Australia, so thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, no worries at all. I'm very happy to be here. Got the call up earlier on in the week, and of course I'd known of you, Jay and Dan, handling the English language broadcast for Thailand Super Series for some time, and I figured, yeah, might as well give this a go, and I'm very happy that I did. Turns out this is a really awesome series, and I'm ashamed that I was missing it for so long.
Well, while the fun and games have been happening in the YouTube chat, backing out Scott one for the commentary curse. Hey, it's saying that you have put yourself in that spot. We might as well tell you that this is coming up here. A race restart. Safety car into the pit lane here. Going to get us back in the hands of Thanaroj in the number 14 YK Motorsports Honda CRZ. There we go. Static camera on the exit of turn 19 shows the field coming back to racing speed around the double apex hairpin. We are back green flag with 40 minutes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, as this race is back underway, and it's going to be the top 4 breaking away from everyone else. Thanaroj, Budamont, Chayar, and Mitchell come across the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, then a gap back to P5 as it's single file here in the top 10.
We're all trying to look to see if they can make some time up, and Chayar starting to make a move, trying to get a little bit closer to Budamont on the run down to turn number 1. 39 minutes and 47 seconds remain in this race, and we are about 4 minutes away from that pit lane window opening. At the moment, we do still have it scheduled to open as it was originally scheduled. So no adjustments to that pit lane window. You can just see it. How strong are the two YK Motorsports cars in front through Monkey Hill in that first sector there, Rhys? They're making so much time. Chayar's got a little bit of straight line back, but they are supremely well set up, and they're driving so well in that first sector.
Yeah, they are. That's where they're gaining a lot of their time. I think Chayar will be, he'll be grateful for the safety car in more than one sense. Yes, he got a rest being a solo driver, but he's also a lot closer to the YK cars now. This is where we're going to see the real difference between them. Chayar absolutely pummeling it through the chicane, as is every driver in the field at the moment, just trying to get through it and to the end of the lap now. But you see, as soon as they start getting to the twisty bits, it seems like Chayar starts to fall off a bit, noticing that Danaroj is putting in some fantastic driving at the front of the field there to gap his teammate. Let's see if Chayar will be able to take advantage of the apparent good straight line speed of this number 92. He's under pressure though. You can see that the number 38 behind really all over the back of him coming into the final corners.
Nearly got a rough up. I wonder if Chayar might be about to learn a little bit of braille that's about to be tapped out on the rear of his car, but then you get to the start-finish line and all of a sudden there's more than enough margin there. And if you have a look further back in the background behind that 38 machine, Fullerpon's not been able to go with our lead group. He's just a little bit further back. John Sack's still managing to hang around right on top of Shane Ang. And I tell you what, Shane Ang in the 66 machine starting to close in on the number 5 on the run down to turn number 1. You'll see them come through the background of that shot. That's the next group in the background of that one. And another in the barrier.
That's the 27, Thorntep and Thanafon, the Honda CRZ there that was running sort of further back in the field. Looks like a fair impact for that car, and it's already happened by the time we've gone to see it. I think he's hit the wall coming out of the corner, coming out of the right-handers, left-handers.
So that looks like, I reckon that's the runoff of turn 15. He's hit the barrier on the exit of turn 15.
That's completely dislodged the right front suspension. That car's going to be going nowhere, and I think a safety car. Yep, there we go. Safety car back out. No surprise.
Trying to pick up the number there on the back of the 13?
13. Yep, that's the 13. Honda Jazz. Nara Crit behind the wheel of that one at the moment, sharing with Manuel Rafael Caceres. They have indeed taken a good old smack to the back of that car there. Potentially from the car directly behind at the moment, which would be clatty fun, but no guarantees on that one there. So second safety car of the race coming out here at this time, right before the pit window is going to open, will mean that that compulsory pit stop window will be delayed until after the race is restarted again. Drivers aren't allowed to come into the pits until after the green flag, and the confirmation has come through on the race control message, and indeed that pit window will be delayed until after the race restart, as it has to be taken under green flag conditions from what we've seen in times go past. Also, in addition, there was some passing under the safety car during the restart phase, and that apparently is under investigation, as we now look to see here as the field works their way down this third sector. Unfortunately, for a second, I was going to say maybe we could see, Rhys, where the number 27 had come unstuck. Maybe exit of 17, run wide into the wall there. But the answer is apparently we will miss out on finding the exact answer there, as the field will pass on by that stricken Honda CRZ on the right-hand side of the track.
Oh, here we go. This might tell the story. Oh, you see there? Oh. Yeah, that was on the exit of the final hairpin. It looks like he just brushed the barrier and there was a bit of a protrusion there that somehow took the right wheel off. I mean, at those speeds, it doesn't surprise me. But it just goes to show, Scott, that it's only a small error that he ultimately made. At least that's what it looks like from that replay. But it turned into something huge.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stick with my earlier comment. I think that's the exit of turn 15. Remember how we were looking at a few shots of that turn 15?
Yeah.
And how there was a little bit of space there off the exit of 15, and then the wall sort of cut back out again. I think he's just clipped that with a walls jump back out because it's plucked the right front quite heavily. Now, if that was a regular wall and the wall was quite straight with the car, you'd actually see there'd be a mark all up the right-hand side of the car. It wouldn't have plucked the right front off that car. It might have done damage halfway along, maybe hit the rear end of the car. You wouldn't see the right front go in like that. So it's because the wall's jutted back out, it's only hit on the front right. So, yeah, I guarantee you it's probably turn 15.
Yeah, one of those corners coming along the Bangsaen waterfront. We saw that right at the top of our broadcast when practice was concluding for the Toyota Gazoo categories. You know, there was a car that clipped the wall coming out of turn 17, I believe, and roughly the same location. You never know. Could have been the same kind of incident, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see for further news from that team of exactly what happened to that car. Regardless, we are a couple of cars down already. The number 17 of Sheepboyu Jonathan has not made it back out. I mean, was pulled into the Marshalls Bay, coming up to the right-hander of turn 8. And we have also lost Norat Apivat as well. So 27, 15, and 17 all out of the race, but we still have 22 cars running.
Looking at these drivers down the pit lane, I just look at the visors being so far down, and I'm like, come on, guys, let's lift those visors up, keep some airflow going into those helmets. You're going to be waiting a little while. Pit window is going to reopen after that safety car comes in now, Dan, which would be really interesting. Wouldn't surprise me if we see a bunch of cars either peel off. If the pit lane, I don't know if the window opens straight away, as soon as that safety car peels off. I would say it's opening at the end of that trailing lap. And I'd say you probably see a bulk of the field probably dive straight in. Safety car will be in this lap too.
Yeah, I actually don't quite know if the case is that drivers have to cross the start-finish line over on the front straight and take the green flag at the restart, or if they're drivers towards the back who'd be permitted to follow the safety car directly into the pits. I guess, well, that's going to be a mystery that we'll get to watch play out here in due course as they follow the safety car around through turn 8 right now. So about half a lap away from restarting this race. So probably looking at around 30 minutes remaining by the time they get around there at the speeds we have to do here at Bangsaen under safety car. And there's the confirmation down in the pit lane for all the teams. As interestingly, there's a lot of drivers taking a very wide line through turn 8. Worried about something there on the track, you'd presume, Rhys, for going that far out.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw some rubber being laid down, obviously. That was probably the incident for Norat Apivat. But aside from that, not too sure. That's interesting indeed. Maybe there's a little bit of oil that's been dropped on that part of the circuit and they want to avoid it while they're under safety car. But regardless, we are about to get this race started again, Scott. They're building up the pace and getting ready for the call of the green flag. Safety car will be coming in the next couple of corners' time.
Yeah, and that's safety car number 2, by the way, because safety car 1's done so much work thus far this weekend. They've already moved to safety car number 2 for this caution period. And I wonder whether or not they might cycle them throughout the weekend. So we might see safety car 1 might necessarily be the next one. And already diving back on the throttle as safety car will dive into the pit lane and try and get clear of the field. We start accelerating back up to racing speed for Thanaroj as he comes to the final corner. Now the run out of the final corner and onto the main straight through the kink, and he has already started a gap. And have a look at Chaya, who's starting to get racy in behind him as well. The straight line speed of the number 92 Honda CRZ on full display, and look at them spread out in the background. There is daylight between a number of these cars. Pit lane window now open. Here comes the strategy. Here comes the chaos at the tail end of the field.
The number 24, one of the first drivers into the pits. It looks like Thanon Thorne is going to hand over the car to Jirapat. We have 5 cars in the pits at the moment. Of course, one of them being one of the cars that we just lost, but a few teams making sure that they get their mandatory pit stop out of the way right now. You never know. Another safety car comes in very shortly, and that might be their chance to move up a few positions in the field.
Yeah, well, imagine if the field gets frozen this lap again. So, yeah, safety car restart, a number of drivers in. So the 24 machine, the 33, 99, and the 23 of the cars now diving in to take their compulsory pit stop. And driver changes for all 4 of those cars is probably the reason that they're diving straight into the lane. Give their driver an opportunity, particularly whilst the field's still getting back up to speed, and a lot of battling on the restart as well. Next thing here, Dan, is if you're one of these lead cars, how long do you wait? Do you dive in the lane yourself?
Well, we've had 2 safety cars already in this race so far. I would think you'd want to come to the pit lane soon because you get trapped with a compulsory pit stop still to do. That's going to be messy indeed. As see here, Fernando Raj already down through turn 17 there and back out. So there's some more debris there on the track, which I believe would have come from the 27 of Tornthep. As there we go, into the pit lane come the top 2 cars as they'll hold hard right and make that top 3. Will go into the pit lane as well. As we look at this here, lovely shot here by pit entry. So there goes, sorry, did the race leader go by and the top 2 have, Budemont and Mitchell have come in, but Taranoj has carried on. My apologies there for getting that one wrong. So 2nd and 3rd to the pit lane, as well as a host of cars from in behind. Kajon Sak in the number 4, Yotsaron in the number 88. Chotanin here in the 59 machine on screen with us now. Punapat Punsub in the 34 with no driver change needed there. Chitafon in the 69. Narakrit handing over in the number 13. And Pusinad in the number 37 coming in as well. Now also joined by Nut in the 46. So about half the field, in fact a little bit more, Rhys, coming in to get the compulsory pit stop done.
Yeah, quite a few cars in at the moment. Everyone from 9th to 18th on the timing screen as we have entered the final half hour of the race. The race length is 1 hour plus 1 lap, so keep an eye on that. Oh dear, I've just seen some news from race control. Cars 46 and 34. They've both gotten a 5-second time penalty for passing under the safety car restart. That's big news there, Scott.
And I'm curious as to whether or not that was the most recent safety car restart. I think it might have been the first one, not the most recent restart. So, righto, it's getting interesting. 27 minutes now left in this race, and for Thanaraj, how long does he wait? Because he's now coming through the final sector as well and be on his run down towards the pit lane entry, and the pit lane exit starting to get quite busy as a few drivers return to the circuit. 38th made ground. And that might have been Chayar actually coming through and off the final corner in the 92 machine. No, I don't think necessarily.
Chayar's just come into the pits.
So that'll solve that one. And then Thanaraj is going to be just in the background. So that's the 38 machines just pop back out ahead. And we'll have to wait a lap here to get an update on our timing machine. That might be the 33 machine, I think.
Yep, good spot there indeed. That was the 33 on the CRZ. With Puapon and Pao Fong there as they circulate around. So there's your race leader, Tanner Raj, yet to come to the pits. As we're seeing here, that it looks like our minimum compulsory pit entry to pit exit times sitting at about 1 minute 39 seconds with the that last lap for Tanner Raj, 1 minute 55. So just on the lead lap of the race, obviously, is valuable for those drivers there who have just come out of the pits. As there we are, Chaya in the pits, also with Shane Ung in the 66, and Chanan Chicha in the 65, along with Muntasit and Tanathith having to do a driver change in the 89, along with the Stringhetto and Carlo. Actually, might be Carlo Van Dam in the number 11 in that case, I'm going to suspect. Could be a possibility there. I should probably try and find our entries for Super Compact, and I can confirm that one for you. Now, Carlo Volti, my apologies, for Super Motorsport. Honda City in that entry there is back out on track with both. Oh,
it's very close because it's not Singer Motorsport, it's Sigma Race Motorsport, and it is Carlo V.
So you're going to give me all the possibilities with I'm incorrect on
I was thinking
2 out of 3 front.
You sold it to me. I was so sure it was Carlo Van Dam then for a few moments, so you sold it to me. Carlo Van Dam, of course, the driver in one of the Singer Team Thailand Motorsport cars. Later on, will be in the Honda NSX in GT3 coverage from your Saturday and Sunday. And for the rest of the fans right across the globe, don't forget, as even though we've only got 24 minutes worth of racing action left here today, as the battle in the background starts to really heat up, there was some dicing and some squabbling over who wanted which part of real estate on the run down at turn number 1. And then finally the 38 machine goes firing on down through, gets that one and gets it decided, not quite done. Oh, gets a bump as he runs out because that 38 machine sluggish as it climbs Monkey Hill.
Yeah, it's one of the cars that I noticed was a bit sluggish early on, especially getting involved in the battle earlier with Chayam Wang Nam. Down to the hairpin, obviously no passing to be made here, but man, that Honda CRZ giving chase, you can see that it's just so much better on acceleration than the Toyota Yaris is. Man, this is going to be a very tough fight. He's going to go defensive, but the CRZ sneaks ahead and will move to the inside. Look at this. Oh, so late on the brakes. He's going to pull it up. Oh, this is great racing, but no room will be given on that switchback.
Oh, my word. How did neither of these cars end up in the fence was what was just going through my mind. They cut their way through the fountain, and now it's time for the return to serve because there was a little bit of contact from the 33 machine as they run up towards turn number 1 on that most recent lap and out of turn number 2, and I believe the 38 machine just got the opportunity to repay the favour and continues to do so out of 15 as well.
God, he's so good on entry, isn't he, that number 38? Some fantastic ability of slowing down and turning in for the corners, but unfortunately, as soon as they get to the straights here, the CRZs just seem to have the edge over the Toyotas.
Well, I'm just thinking, is it a gearing problem? Maybe they're stuck and they're really low on their rev range, or perhaps the gears just aren't right. He's in a really awkward spot, has to shift immediately and loses all drive off the corner. By about here, he's recovered in straight line speed. If you see that?
Yeah. Still extends out a little bit as our race leader comes in. Danaroj hands over to Decathorn. So this will be one of the last cars out there to not have taken their mandatory pit stop so far. It looks like the number 5 is in as well, and I think that has cleansed the field. I think that's everyone having now made their mandatory pit stops with 22 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you're 100% right. The 95 machine of Budimont leads the Budimont will be handed over to Chenyabut. So they lead the way in terms of the cars that have done their pits. And the difficulty and the trickiness in this one is the fact that if I keep an eye on where those cars are actually in terms of the track, they are on their way through the fountain right now. So they're on the run up towards turn number 15, which means still a reasonably long pit stop. Tyre pressure's being adjusted on the number 5 machine with Danapatra, so no driver swap for this car. A little bit of extra time at the pit stop to adjust things, not as much scrambling going on. And that'll take some of the crowning off that tyre there, Rhys.
Yeah, indeed. Working the tyres in is a very important part of racing. And you go for a tyre change around a greasy street circuit like this one, you're especially inclined to keep an eye on how those tyres are going. Well, we'll keep an eye on the number 4 Ford Fiesta for the time being. Kajonsak doing very well. It's the wall! Oh, that's a big hit. That's going to do a number on the front suspension there. We also saw a problem for Chayam Wangam as well. He clipped the wall too, but I think the Fiesta's a bit more damaged from that.
Yeah, is there a tyre on the front right there? So this will be the replay. So he locks the brake. I think Chayar's okay. That said, he hasn't clipped the wall, so Chayar's completely and utterly fine. But I wonder if there's not some oil down on the road down there.
Yeah, I don't know. He was definitely struggling to slow it down. Problem here also for the number 15, I think. No. It looks like we're done on replays for now, but man, yeah, Chayam Wangam has had a bit of a lucky escape there in that number 92, but oh man, Kajonsak in the pits now with damage repair. He ran a little bit too wide at the worst point on the circuit. You saw there was a gap in the barrier there. That's one of the places where I think the access road goes onto the racetrack as the pit window is now closed, and that's the kind of damage that you do to a car running that far wide. It looks like the front right is in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, they're going to try and pull a tyre off it, have a look at it. I think the tyre's still up, at the moment, but I think there's going to be some significant steering. It doesn't look too bad, to be perfectly honest with you. And the other thing, Rhys, I was thinking exactly what you just said. There was an access road there, and that's what he's clouded, which has probably done more damage. My word. Still just under 20 minutes left in this race at the moment as we're seeing this battle continue to progress, which has got the number 5 machine in it, who has dropped a few spots for Thanapatra as Ketafan finds his way past that 16 machine, Dan, but super compact racing on the Thailand Super Series, 60 minutes worth of racing. You've got to make it last that duration.
I mean, this is obviously the outlier of the season as well here, Bangsaen, and some of the most intense 60 minutes that the drivers will see all season long in terms of the energy that has to go into it, lap in, lap out. As focusing here on the 23 of Nardol and Tanchanok, the remaining car that is still running out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand stables here. Unfortunately for them, a couple laps down on your race leaders here. 22nd and the final car still running, to be precise. So we'll hope not. Actually, it won't be worth points, unfortunately, for them, because the points system will only award points to the top 10, I believe it is, basically following Formula 1 style point system. 25 points for a race win, and down to 18 for second, 15 for third, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1. If I've counted that out to 10 places correctly. So yeah, unfortunately for them, it's a case of getting miles on the car, but it's not going to do anything for them in terms of results and indeed updates from race control, Scott, and it's not good news for a couple of teams.
And the key one is one of the championship leaders, the 92 car, 4 seconds stop and go penalty. That's how short they were on their pit lane time. And for the number 4 car, Kajon Sak, well, his race is effectively over already. He's got 1 extra second worth of pit stop time. That's how close they were on the number 4 time. And for the fans watching along at home, how do they judge that? Well, it's the entire length of the pit lane they're tracking. All they're tracking is the time you cross the pit lane entry to the time you cross the pit lane exit. So it's not, they're not counting how long the car was actually in the pit stall for. No, they're just tracking the duration of that pit stop. Oh, far out for Chaya. That's a big mistake for that team there, Rhys.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed by that, actually, because Chaya was looking super quick, especially down the straight. So I was really looking forward to seeing what he could do. But unfortunately, 17 minutes still left in this race, and the YK CRZs will not have much in the way of competition. So the 14 and the 95 continuing to lead the way, and man, the number 14 has gotten on a fantastic run ever since that driver change, stretching their lead out to over 9 seconds. Brilliant stuff.
Not really all that challenging at the moment. They're just a little bit too far out in front, but the battle for third place is really starting to heat up, which is the 33 and the 38 machine, which we saw going at it just before. Fao Feng's just taken over the wheel of the 33 machine Honda CRZ up against the Yaris, driven by Mohammed Nakib. Sits in 4th spot, which is those 2 cars continuing to rub panels, and you can see that the rear end of the 33 machine has just been rearranged a fraction, as not typical Honda CRZ rear bumper there, Dan.
No, it's not, and once again, I think you're onto something there with maybe just a really bad ratio selection for the 38 car, because you can see off of turn 6 was close and then just lost so much margin. So it would mean perhaps for the hairpins it's just a really bad gearbox. So that second gear ratio just does not work at turn 6. Also maybe not working very well at 18 and 19.
That's like 4 and 29? Or is it 4? We're reading it the wrong way around.
I think because we're seeing the other side of the board, for us it was 29, but I believe for the drivers that'll say 92, and the numbers are still facing the right way for us when we read the back side of the sign there. So we have seen it on the race control message that it's definitely the 4 and the 92, and in fact,
there is no 29 car.
There's also that to boot as well. Yeah, the message has been sent out twice actually over the race control timing and scoring system as well. So there is that to note there indeed. As we're looking here at the 66 machine of Shane Ung, currently running in 8th place, but that will be 7th as Chaya Mung Nam has headed to the pit lane to clear that stop and go penalty. Is unfortunately there goes the 92 off the racetrack to the pit lane. And that's going to be painful there for him indeed. So up to the pit box he will go. You can see he got someone counting that one out for him there and cleared away back to the track. But he go past all the pit stalls though, Rhys, before he can loop around and come back to pit exit.
Yeah, very painful trip through pit lane for Chaya there. So that's going to destroy his race. Joint championship leader coming out of round 1. It will come to nothing here at Bangsaen in race 1.
No, I've just taken a look at the timing screen once more.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a reminder of Esteban Ocon's penalties from first race of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looks like
Yes.
Chaya Mwangam is under investigation for pit lane speed. So in the process of taking that stop and go penalty, might have exceeded the pit lane speed limit.
Yeah, Esteban Ocon's run at the Bahrain Grand Prix, most penalised driver in history, I think it was. Chaya might have another pit lane infringement, which is basically going to just, well, he's already out of the points. He's about 3 spots out of the points, but still had potential to try and chase down and go and score himself at least a point or 2 towards the back end of the top 10. Well, that's taken that one away from him, if indeed he is pit lane speed. But they generally don't flash that message up unless there's something to actually have a look at.
Yeah. That's a shame, real shame.
I'll look back here at the front of the field, the Decathlon in the number 14 YK Motorsports Honda CRZ. What we do need to note, though, is he's starting to lose speed or pace relative to Chanya Boot. The gap is starting to come down for our race lead. And, yep, the message has indeed come through. Chaya Mungnam will have to now serve a drive-through penalty. And there it is at the start-finish line. Just remember that the numbers are around the other way for the drivers on track. 47 kilometres an hour. He was clocked in a 40-kilometre-hour pit lane. So unfortunately there for Chaya Mungnam, that has been a very big miscalculation of either the entry or the exit. We don't know which though. And given the tight nature of the pit lane, yellow flag's back out there along the run between turns 7 and 8. We've got another car stopped there. The 16 machine pulled over in that bright neon machine. Clatifan in the Honda CRZ has come to a screeching halt with 12 minutes left in this race.
But that's off the line. They may not do too much. They might just leave that car there, and once
It should be good to stay green, yes.
Yeah, relatively aware of that, we should be okay. So the gap from Chanyabut to Decathlon has actually come down just a touch. It's down to about 7.5 seconds, but with 12 minutes left on the clock. Falfung is making some ground on the last time by. Took about 1/10 of a second actually out. It was about a second 1.2 seconds that Chanyabut took out of Decathlon, so that one's not resolved. And Mohammed Nakib's not going anywhere for Falfung at the moment, so you'll have to keep half an eye on that one. Other than that, we're seeing still a battle all the way down for 13th spot between Thanasith and Arthon at the moment, which is a Honda City versus a Honda CRZ as well, deeper in the field. So battles continuing to rage on, which over an hour duration. Always good to see Rhys, but race leader continues to lead on. What's the lap time this time by? Another 56.7. And now we wait. I think Chanyabut didn't make some time on that lap, so traffic might have hindered him there, and yellow flags continue.
Yeah, now it's there's debris flags as well in the background too. So obviously there's a bit more that's gone wrong there for the number 16, still stricken at the marshal's point. I'm wondering if they're actually going to remove that car when there's a gap in the traffic, but it doesn't look like there's much movement down there at the moment. Still 10.5 minutes remaining in the race. Another safety car at this point, probably not the right point of the race to do that, and that car's offline anyway, as you mentioned. So I think maybe they'll just say, play on, just don't pass in that section.
Oh, the problem is it removes a very useful passing spot on this track, although I think they've got the signboard there, green flag on the braking zone into turn 8. I think that might possibly permit some moves there, although there's the double wave yellows right underneath it, so it's a bit unclear which of those is in effect in that spot, I'd say. As well, we were talking there about the number 16. Another update coming from Race Control. We don't know what for, but the number 38, Mohammed Akib, and also had Mitchell in it earlier in the race. A black and white flag has been issued by Race Control. Now, maybe some contact or repeated bits of contact with the back of the 33, perhaps? We don't, can only speculate because we've simply got the message. It just says number 38, B/W flag. So that's all we can work with here. As on this particular lap, I'm just having a look at the sectors we've seen so far in this lap for Decathlon. There you go, Chaya Mungnam returns to the circuit after his various penalties. So that will put the number 92 now, full lap down on the field. So here, yes, there you go, black and white, forward at the start-finish line for the 38. And that time around, 1 minute 56.681 for Decathlon in the race-leading car. It looks going to be a 1 minute 56.2 for Chanya Boot in the 95, trying to chase him down. So only a small gain for second place, which means the race lead is looking reasonably steady at this point, Scott.
Yeah, 7 seconds, you're just not going to run that down with the time that's left available. But I want to keep an update on the cars that are just in the background of that shot, because at the moment there's some lap traffic in just ahead of the 33 and 38 machines for third spot, which is going to sort of bring them to back together just a little bit. Yep, there you can see it, the 33 machine with Fao Fong behind the wheel, trying to dive out on the lap traffic, gets that one cleared, and they've got that car now behind the barriers. So yellow flags have been retracted, and that was a wing mirror getting ground off the 33 machine up against the barrier right there, and the 38 now starts to make some more ground as look, they tend to call them a little bit like the feelers on insects. You certainly use them sometimes. You just go, yep, the barrier's a little bit closer than I expected there, Rhys.
Yeah, and the way that mirror is dangling certainly doesn't look okay to me. I don't know if there's going to be a mechanical black flag shown for that car, but maybe it's tethered properly. We're not too sure. I mean, I keep thinking back to the Super Eco race where we saw a wing mirror on the track and it absolutely shattered when a car ran over it. I honestly don't know how long that's going to stay attached, but for the number 38 at the moment, Mohammed Nakib now at the wheel of that one. You see that there's still no acceleration in that Toyota Yaris coming out of the final corners. So the only place he can stand to make a move is potentially down at turn 8. And I think he'll certainly be happy that the yellow flags have been lifted there.
We'll see if he can get some drive as they come off at turn number 2 up over the hill for the 38 machine. Is still not quite close enough, you sort of say, but there are a couple of other cars that are sort of getting into battles as well. The 88 machine, which will have Hitaharu behind the wheel, starting to make some ground on...
That shows you how good the 38 is under brakes. Look at the ground he made up, but it all goes away from him on the exit.
Yeah. And I think that's the difficulty, isn't it? Because he'll say to Race Control, well, what am I getting a black and white flag for? If I don't make the ground there, I'm not relevant for the rest of the lap, so I've got to make some ground at that point.
Yeah, exactly. We can't forget that the 38's the car that the black and white flag was shown to, so maybe getting the elbows out a little too much in his pursuit of a podium. Remember, that is the battle for third with just 6 minutes left on the clock. The number 14, the lead has come back down again. It's now sitting at about 6.2 seconds. I get the feeling that there may just be a little bit of just management going on there as he runs a bit too wide. I think that's probably an aspect of why the time's being lost. And bad news for the number 38. Just gotten a 5-second time penalty for driving behavior. We saw that little bit of contact at the hairpin. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Race Control.
That's interesting. It was just the lightest of nudges. So, I mean, you know, if I was behind the wheel of that car, I'd be going, oh, you didn't lose anything, you didn't gain anything, but you can see the rear end of the 33 car. Dan, what's your take on that one?
Well, clearly, I think we've found the source of where the black and white flag has come from. It's contact under the yellow flags, I would suspect. And, yeah, that's just unfortunately being compounded by a second hit. Presumably that was something else that wasn't noted as a flag, I would think. But I guess it does seem a little harsh for what it was. But look, there might be more that we haven't seen on screen that played into that decision. What I want to pay attention to now, Scott, is what's happening here on track. Last time around, over 2 seconds lost for your race leader, the number 14 Decathlon versus Chanya Boot, and he's lost another half second in the opening sector. In fact, it's the fastest first sector of anyone in this race from Chanya Boot on this current lap. So I have to say we need to start watching out, because at the rate that Chanya Boot is gaining time on Decathlon, it's going to come down to the final lap, but we might have ourselves a race once again between the YK Motorsports Honda CRZs for that leaders. There's been another update come through from race control, and 2 cars have been given time penalties for passing under the safety car. Number 46 of Nut in the Honda Jazz, and the number 34 machine of Punapat Punsub in the number 34 Honda City have unfortunately both come afoul of the regulations there.
Good news for both of those cars as well is that it actually looks okay. I don't think that'll change positions for both of those 2 cars, although the 34 machine is about 1.5 seconds back off the 24. It sits at the back end of the top 10. And again, Mohammed Nakib still trying to make some ground on the 33 machine just ahead of him. So it'll be interesting to see what that one looks like after the race as well, and whether or not there's some words change, whether or not there's just a shaking of hands and say, yep, good race. That's car racing. That's you got to trade paint to be quick. And that's the 92 machine cutting his way through traffic. That might have actually been for position, because I think that was the number 5 that was just ahead of him, and the 5's trying to get out of the way of the leaders coming through. But that was actually for position on the track.
That was indeed. Good spot there, Scott. So we've got drivers fighting over 13th place indeed in front of the fight for 3rd here on the road. So try and sort this one out in due course and carry on their merry way here. Indeed, looks like Matana Patra there. Rhys, he's getting well out of the way of our drivers in the lead. There you go. The headlights flash ablaze from the number 38 of Mohammed Nakib, even though...
Oh, another car!
Mostly... Oh, indeed!
Oh, no!
That looks like engines expiring. That doesn't look like there's contact with barriers, and that's 3 of them in that sector of the track. And the margin for the lead race, 2.5 seconds now we're looking at.
Yeah, Chanya Boot's absolutely on a ringer right now, and I get the feeling Decathlon's having just some trouble. Oh no! God, what? Okay, everything's just going off in these final couple of minutes here. We're going to have double waved yellows in certain sections of the circuit. No passing allowed in those sections, obviously. So the opportunities here for Chanya Boot to make up time rapidly going down. 2.7 seconds now, the gap for the lead at this lap. So the lap will be complete for Decathlon. 156.8 versus a 157.3 for the second place car. So I think a little bit of breathing room now for Decathlon as he makes his way down to the first turn. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go. It's an hour plus 1 lap, remember, is the race distance.
Yep, so looking to try and make some margin as well. And have a look at that lapped car now starting to get in the middle of this battle pack as well. The difficulties laid on in a 60-minute race. There's been tons of drama, tons of cars off by the wayside. And that margin now, Dan, out to 3 seconds. So there's a little bit of breathing room now for Decathlon.
Yeah, it was a bad second sector from the 95 last time around. Second sector that starts just after the hairpin there, turn 6, and just before that kink there. So it was basically a bad run through here. It might have been having to respect yellow flags and traffic potentially there. Although there we go. Here we go on this lap. The 2 is cleared up. So turn 8 back once again as a available part of the race circuit. So you got the ability to go through there flat out if you're clear of traffic. But you can see here it's a busy part of the road at the moment. You've still got, there you go, Chaya in front of Pao Fong for 3rd. We've got Mohammed Akib still close, but not too close behind in 4th. So on this lap, Chanya Boot slower in sector 1, but faster in sector 2, so it evens out. I expect this gap will probably still be around the 3-second mark as we come to the line to start the final lap of the race. And maybe it's a case of just losing the performance advantages. That, speaking of performance advantage, it's just been all blown there from Power Fong. Mohammed Akeem now all over the back bumper as we come into turn 17. This is also cleared up by the looks of things. So green flags all around the circuit now for the final lap to get underway here for our front runners. As, speaking of which, though, down at pit entry, the 37 machine of Putinata Narton has run into the barriers, but we'll back it out and stay green.
Final lap, one more lap left to resolve. Super Compact race number 3 for 2024. Decathorn has got 3 seconds in hand, but I think he's going to be okay. It's the battle for 3rd and 4th on the roads. We're looking to get a replay here of what's going on. And now the run down to turn number 1 and the braking zone. The 92 machine's starting to come into the fray as well. Lap traffic. And I don't know if Chayar knows that he is lap traffic in this situation.
He's down in 12th place right now, and yeah, the number 33 of Fao Fong, he's going to be wanting this move done very soon, but won't be able to make the pass down here at the hairpin. Look at how much ground Mohammed Nakib is making up in the number 38. Wisely stays out of the rear of the number 33 this time around. Remember, he has a 5-second time penalty hanging over his head, so even if he does get the position, it won't matter. He won't finish on the podium, but we're in the final sector now for our leaders. The gap for the lead staying stable at about 3 seconds. I get the feeling this 1-2 will be secured here for YK Motorsports.
The 1-2 is going to be secured, and it looks like it's going to be in the order that they currently stand. Chanyabut wasn't able to make that time back, even though lap traffic generated an opportunity for him. He halved the margin out from the 7 seconds that we saw about 15-20 minutes ago, so good work to get himself to there. But the final run, the run down to the final corner for Decathorn to receive the checkered flag as he'll tip it in. He'll bring the car up to speed out of turn number 19 through the kink at 20, and the run to the start-finish line. He'll win Super Compact race number 3 for 2024. Chanyabut will come home and say, oh, will he win it? Will he win it? Oh,
yeah. Photo finish. Love that.
Was that a formation finish gone wrong?
Maybe.
It's just gone right because the margin at the start-finish line, 6/100ths of a second in favor of Tanaroj and Decathorn in the number 14 from YK Motorsports. I think he is only just made that work in his favor there, but if that was staged by him, I don't think Woodamont and Chanyabut got the message before the race, because that 95 was at full speed across the line, and well, thankfully it hasn't messed anything up there. Unfortunately, we won't know whether that was intentional or whether that was just very lucky for the 14 machine, because at the end of the day, they might be your teammates, but that means they're your closest competitors on the racetrack and the ones you want to beat the most out there, usually speaking, Scott.
Well, he made 3.1 seconds out of the last corner. That's on the run of the line. My word, that got a lot closer than it needed to be. Fastest lap of the race was a 1 minute 50.359. That was run by Thanaroj in the first half of that race, whilst we got some green flag racing. 2 safety cars during the duration for this Thailand Super Compact. It'll be Thanaroj and Decathorn from Budamont and Chanyabut, and the 2 YK Motorsports entries, Fuapon and Fao Fong will come home in third. Fastest lap of the race, 50.359 for the number 14 machine, and that will mean he will take the championship lead after race number 3. Chayar had issues right throughout the race, some of them of his own making, some of them from pit stop being a touch too short, and finishes all the way down in 11th spot. Fails to score points in race number 3. Could that be quite critical when we get to the back half of the championship? But boys, on a Thursday afternoon, calling a little bit of motorsport racing action, Thailand Super Compact never fails to hit the spot.
Absolutely. That was a lovely little day of racing there. Plenty of drama, particularly in Super Compact there. The drivers obviously getting their elbows out a little bit more and pushing the limits of the pit lane regulations. But yeah, that was a fun time, and obviously the spectators having a lot of fun as well, especially when they realise they're being filmed.
Give us a wave down in the crowd if you can certainly see that one. But weekend's racing action not over, as we will be back again tomorrow in terms of things from... it's going to be, as I've lost my my run sheet, right at the most inopportune option. So it'll be 3:05 p.m. for the Super Pickup D2s in Thailand time tomorrow afternoon, all the way through to about 6:50. 3:05 to about 3:50 p.m. for the Super Pickups tomorrow afternoon, and it'll be about 4 o'clock through to 4:45 for Supercar GTC racing action. From there, we'll pick the racing action up again over on your Saturday and Sunday as well. And that is going to wrap us up for racing action here this afternoon, Dan. But I tell you what, categories never fail to impress.
No, they certainly do not indeed. And we get to see, we're actually seeing great racing for the most part in all of the categories. But these super compact, super eco categories that are basically bespoke to the Thailand Super Series, they are the ones that certainly deliver. That was a happy drive. I actually didn't quite catch if that was, was that Decathorn? Presumably so. There. As the drivers bring the cars back into the pit. So yes, indeed, whilst this is the end of commentated coverage in English today here from the Bangsaen Grand Prix, we will have the visuals available from TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC, who will be sharing the track for their Practice 2 session coming up after this. And then TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM will also be live streamed here with no commentary to finish off the day's action on track. So there's plenty more footage to come, although indeed we won't be back until tomorrow afternoon, or in case it'll be tomorrow evening for us here in Australia. It's basically right on about 12 and a half hours from now, give or take a couple of minutes, which will be when we return tomorrow, Scott.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a good racing action weekend as well. So, for you guys, if you're going to hang around and enjoy open practice for a number of the sessions that are still on for the rest of the afternoon. For you, Rhys, thank you very much for dropping in, enjoying some coverage of Thailand Super Series. I think you've thoroughly enjoyed it. I think you'll be back watching again right throughout the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Really looking forward to seeing what the Bangsaen Grand Prix will bring to us in the coming days. If today's racing was anything to go by, man, we are in for some brilliant action in the days to come. Thanks for having me, guys. Literally my first time commentating a real-world motorsport event. I come from the sim racing world, like you two, Scott and Dan, as well as Jay behind the scenes. This was a great opportunity, and honoured to be a part of this.
Mate, well, glad to have you around. And Dan, thanks again for joining us for the racing action here this afternoon as well. I know how much you enjoy this series as well.
Oh, it's been great to be able to continue being part of the Be Quick Thailand Super Series. So big thank you to everyone at speedcafe.com that has brought us on board to make this English commentary possible, as well as the team in Thailand at the Thailand Super Series for choosing us to be part of the English commentary team. So, 3 p.m. Thailand time on Friday afternoon. That is when you'll be able to hear us back once again for the Thailand Super Pickup. But for the rest of this evening, or for at least the next, I believe it's just shy of 2 hours, until 4:40 p.m. Thailand time. It is currently 2:40 p.m. in Thailand. Please enjoy continuing coverage, visuals, that is, of TSS Supercar GT4, GTC shared practice, and then TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM practice to conclude today's action. Footage without commentary will return tomorrow, probably around 11 a.m. Thailand time for TSS Supercar GTC qualifying. So, folks, there'll be plenty of coverage before we return at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon Thailand time to continue the racing action here from the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
All right, I'll leave you guys with it. Have fun.
Idemitsu IFG7 น้ำมันเครื่องนวัตกรรม Nano Tailored ขีดสุดของสมรรถนะเต็มประสิทธิภาพเทคโนโลยีเซปเทดการ์7คุณประโยชน์พลังแห่งอนาคตที่ปกป้องเครื่องยนต์พุ่งทะยานผ่านทุกแรงเสียดทานน้ำมันเครื่องอีเดมิสึทำความสะอาดทุกอนูของเครื่องยนต์ในทุกสภาวะพิชิตทุกความร้อนแรงอีเดมิสึ IFG7
บริษัท PSC Start Product จำกัดมหาชนเป็นผู้ผลิตสารให้ความหวานจากหัวมันสำปะหลังรายแรกและรายใหญ่สุดในประเทศไทยตั้งแต่ปี 1945 และเป็นผู้ผลิตเอทานอลจากมันสำปะหลังและในปี 2550 ได้เพิ่มอุตสาหกรรมผลิตเอทานอลจากมันสำปะหลังขึ้นภายในเขตพื้นที่ของบริษัทมุ่งหวังจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการสนับสนุนสินค้าด้านการเกษตรเพื่อช่วยเหลือเกษตรกรในชุมชนให้มีรายได้และอาชีพที่มั่นคงซึ่งเกี่ยวเนื่องกับสังคมไทยมานานกว่า 30 ปีที่มีเกษตรกรผู้ปลูกมันสำปะหลังประมาณ 500,000 ครัวเรือนทั้งการจ้างงานในอุตสาหกรรมแปรรูปและอุตสาหกรรมต่อเนื่องเรามุ่งหวังเพื่อให้เศรษฐกิจและสินค้าด้านการเกษตรในประเทศมีมูลค่าและมีเสถียรภาพมากที่สุดเพื่อสนับสนุนให้สังคมและชุมชนนั้นเป็นอยู่อย่างมีความสุขและเติบโตไปพร้อมๆกันกับบริษัทอย่างยั่งยืน
Speed Under Control สยบทุกความแรง Nexter
โ
ถึงเวลาเที่ยวกันต่อแล้วไงครับ ไปต่อความอบอุ่น